And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All that is bad, and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You're gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right, and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away,
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something, yeah. Well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something, yeah. Then all you really need is hope.
Let's go, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drop and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself, don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell, take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine, get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven, this life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down. That's right. Sometimes all we really need is hope.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. How are you guys today? Long, long day ahead of us. I hate to say that, but we have some pretty lengthy interviews to go over still. We actually skipped several yesterday, and those ones that we skipped, I did put in the description of the video yesterday. I'm going to add all of the interviews again into the description of the video today. Just in case you missed anything yesterday, you want to go back and rewatch it. Or, like I said, yesterday we did skip an interview from Duchess. That one is in there. It's of just Chris Proudfoot and her. Um, and let me think. I think we skipped. There's just honestly, there's just getting to be so many at this point. So many interviews and so little time to go over all of them. But we will make sure that all of this is in the description of this video as well. So let me just go add that real quick. Today we are going to start out with Smileys World. I'm not sure how many of you guys have actually watched that entire interview yet. I did have it posted at the end of the video yesterday so that you guys can go and take a quick peek before we reviewed it today. I know a lot of you guys must have, because it jumped several thousand views overnight, which is, I mean, good for her channel, and good for his story getting out there. Unfortunately, they didn't show his picture. They didn't show Sebastian's flyer at all while reviewing that interview. I wish that anybody, if you're going to have these people on and have the views come, please don't make it about the drama and things like that, but please try to at least share Sebastian's face, his picture, his flyers, whichever flyer you choose. There's so many to choose from, just to keep his story circulating with his face, because he is still out there missing somewhere. We do not know what happened to Sebastian at this point. Even the police are releasing statements saying they cannot say if it's foul play or not foul play. They don't know. Or at least they're not telling us. FarQ, thank you so much for 7 months, son. Happy 7 months. Thank you so much for being here. Hi, Amy. Happy 1 month. Yes, Sebastian. Green hearts for Sebastian. Absolutely. Good morning, Cuter G. Good morning, go Bulldogs. Hi, Georgie. Hi, Chicken Lady. Hi, Rexy. Hi, Roberta. Hi, Malia's mom. Yeah, I can't either. I cannot decide what I think about this case. For the most part, I am staying in the land of hope. The land of Sebastian could have ran away, that will remain a possibility in my mind until police tell us otherwise. From what we are listening to, all of these different interviews, he had a lot of reasons to want to run away. In my opinion, this house that he was living in was very toxic. Um, and you guys will hear more about that while we watch these interviews. You watched some of it. Yeah, you watched it last night. Smileys might want to let them talk more. She feeds them the answers. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Whenever you get on with random YouTubers, especially people with smaller channels, um, we don't have interview experience. So, like, some of us do. Some of us have interviewed people before, but she's not a professional interviewer. And so that's where that comes. It was last minute. Yes. He refused to go up with Justin for All, where Smiley was originally. Right. So he came over to Smiley's channel, which explained that to me. What is your issue, Chris, with going on with any type of men? Why do you want to go to these smaller female channels? But anybody with a actual audience, anybody with I mean, Justin has more viewers than Smiley. Does that make him a better channel? Not necessarily, right? There are small channels that have an amazing audience, but whenever you're refusing to go on with JLR, which you hear him talk about, JLR has how many thousands of subs? Have you gone on Ikid Mel? I mean, have you gone on the Pascal show? Why are you hiding in these little tiny channels in the corner instead of going to these bigger channels if ultimately your goal is to get the news out there about Sebastian? And what it comes down to, in my opinion, is that Chris is not concerned about getting the news out there about Sebastian. He only wants to protect and change our views of him. It's just not working. All you're trying to do is self-preservation at this point, and it has nothing to do with Sebastian missing. And this is what I was saying yesterday, like, get off the internet, Chris. You don't belong here. You need to just stop. Let Seth take the lead on this. Let Katie do interviews and take the lead on this. But you're just making a mess. You really only surface this case because you've been busy working on the house. But yesterday I seen another creator show the stepdad's job site. Once I seen the ironwork, I realized, yep, I know the type of guy we're dealing with. Yeah. You don't know if you've had enough coffee for all of this. You think there's a good possibility he wanted to run away. I just think he would have worn shoes. Yeah. You think she did well asking all the hard questions. He is very controlling, it seems like. Rexy, it's crazy. So everybody was talking yesterday about Peter Hyatt's video. If you have not seen that, let me get you guys the link. Peter Hyatt's video. So yesterday while I was live, I had mentioned the fact that, in my opinion, it seemed like it could be a situation that the event that they are hiding is that mom potentially could have locked Sebastian outside. And that's why whenever she woke up and immediately called Chris, her response was, "He's not here." Because I think that Chris was aware that mom locked him outside. And that's why there was this panic that he wasn't there, because that's not a normal response to panic within 3 minutes unless there's some type of reason that you would be suspecting that he could potentially be quote unquote gone. And so I really question, is that possible? Did he did she lock him outside? And then guess what? So Peter Hyatt yesterday morning, while I was live, because this happened like in conjunction with my live or just before it or something along those lines, he says the same thing. He says essentially the same thing, that she locked him outside for some type of discipline without his shoes, basically. So here is his video. It's kind of crazy. So then later last night, there was another video. Here's Peter Hyatt's. So later last night, there was another video that was shared with me, and it was from a profiler. And this profiler basically said to Chris the same type of message that I said with like, get off the internet. Like, you're just making yourself look bad at this point. Um, and I thought that was interesting because it's like, dang, like we're getting to the point now where we're seeing so many of these cases that we're running our theories along the same lines as some of the professionals. And I thought that was interesting. So here is the video from Profiling with Pat Brown. Let me show you guys this one, just a little clip, because I thought this one was interesting.
Biological father, Seth Rogers, the only interviews you need to do about yourselves is with the police. They're the ones that need to be asking
Oops. Oops. Oops.
is what your general habits are, what happens in your home, to know all the things about you so that they can determine whether the story of Sebastian walking out of his home of his own volition is true, and if it is true, why he would do that. But they have to vet, as Chris loves to use the word vet. They vetted us, and they have to do that. And though the detectives are the people you should be talking to about all of your personal issues. Okay. And by the way, he says the last interview, he said they were cleared. And I've never heard they were cleared, which means there's a rock solid alibi and they have nothing to do with anything. Now, he did not say that in this interview. He went back to just saying the word vetted, which just means that they've been interviewed and their phones have been checked and those kinds of things. How much the police have done, what they're doing, we do not know. But yes, they're going to check them out thoroughly. Okay, so in my opinion, if you ever have a child go missing, don't do what they're doing. They're putting themselves out there in public, talking about too many details of things that they're not doing too well at. And each interview actually causes more issues. What they needed to do, the only thing I think that was necessary, was to talk to the police, go in front of the camera with that picture of their son, give the basic information they need to give about the son disappearing. Just the basics. They don't need to go through his whole last day. They don't need to discuss any of that, any of their lives. They might want to say, if it's true, that the stepfather was not in town at the time the son went missing.
Gosh, like I hope you're listening to this, Chris. Like, this is what you guys should have done. You're still doing damage control though.
That he'd been in Memphis for the entire week. Whether that's true or not, I do not know. But if it is true, they might want to say simply like this: we're looking for our son. He disappeared. That the time I found he disappeared was when I got up to get him to go to school, and he wasn't in the home. He left with, from what we can see, with no shoes on and a flashlight. That's what we believe. Now, my husband, she's talking, my husband, his stepfather was in Memphis for the week. He was not at home until I called him and he returned home. I was the only one in the home.
See, but they've muddied all this because now he hasn't actually been home since the beginning of February. And she's not allowed to talk. Every interview, it's always him talking. Yeah, Peter's is good. This one's good. You got to watch her whole thing. I'm just playing this one little clip because it's crazy how much along the same lines that we're thinking. Hi, Foxy and the Boxy. How are you? Hi, Jess Linda. Yeah, they are. They're doing damage control. Smiley does show his flyers. I'll make sure she shows his flyers when she talks about him. I think she forgot. Listen, she was under a lot of like immediate pressure. And I'm not saying, it's not her responsibility to make sure Sebastian's face is shown necessarily. That should have been something that Chris or Katie, in my opinion, brought up and said like, "Hey, please share his face while we're up here talking, or can we make sure that the tip line phone number is flashing?" Like whatever. I'm not blaming her because this was an out of nowhere interview that she had them on, and she was really caught off guard, I think, with a lot of it. Nor did she have any plans or questions or anything like that already pulled up. So please don't take that as offensive towards Smiley. But yeah, I just I guess a gentle reminder to anybody who has them on, you're gonna have to put the story and put his face out there, because Chris and Katie, that's not what they're worried about. They're only worried about clearing up the rumors. That's my opinion.
At the time, my son went missing. And then you go and say everything you need to know about the son so people can identify him. His looks, his behaviors, where he might go, what he likes. Then you focus on that. And if the media rolls in with cameras in your face and says, well, what about you two? How long have you been married? You say, this is not relevant at the moment. We're just looking for our son. You stop them. But they didn't. And they keep doing interviews. And now they've done a 3-hour interview. And my question is, why? It appears to me very little of it is about looking for Sebastian. The majority of it is what seems to be damage control. In other words, as he says, people have opinions, and they're giving these opinions all over the place. And I'm willing to answer the questions to straighten everybody out, and maybe even get them to apologize at some point. And he's complaining that because of all these people's opinions, they're calling the detectives and wasting their time. We'll stop giving interviews in the public so that people keep calling the detectives and wasting their time. Take the focus off of the two of you and put it just on your son. But that is not what's happening here. So anyway, they're doing this interview.
So I just wanted to show you guys that little snippet because I totally agree. Yeah, her interview with them was only about them. That's all they care about. They only care about how they look. It's crazy how much he reminds me of Letitia Stout. Just honest to goodness, if he does not have an alibi, like if his work situation, if all of that turns out to be false, that's a huge problem, because his Letitia Stoutness is very evident. It's like a syndrome. Letitia Stoutness. Okay, so let's get into Smiley's story interview. So you guys kind of set the stage for us. So were they all in Justin's chat then? Justin for All? So Chris was in Justin for All's chat, wouldn't take the link. Is that what's going on here? And then Smiley's story said, well, you can come over to my channel and talk. Is that basically how things went down? Because I totally missed how it happened. I just caught that out of nowhere, like she kind of got them to come on. Yeah, an answer for everything, like Letitia. Yep, Eduardo. I swear, is there an Eduardo in this case? Next he will be saying yada yada yada. Yada yada yada. Eduardo, yada yada yada. You did watch that last night. Yeah, we're gonna watch it today as a group, and I'm gonna give my feedback throughout. But so everybody kind of set the stage. So she was in Justin's chat, I guess, sounds like, and brought them over from his chat because he wouldn't take a link. Why will he not speak to men? I don't understand that. Yeah, we're not going to talk about the right. We won't talk about the creators themselves. That's not what I'm worried about. I don't care about your opinions about any of the creators that I show you guys. I really don't. Please leave them at the door. Don't bash the creators. Don't do any of the things. Make sure you subscribe, like the videos, all the stuff. Share the link. Here is her video here. This is courtesy of Smiley that we even have this interview, and we got a lot of knowledge out of this. For example, the belt we're going to hear about. So this is Smiley Stories world. We all like different people on this platform. I don't care who you like, be respectful and support these creators that are getting these amazing interviews for us. There we go. Okay, so I'm just going to skip to whenever she brings them on panel. So Katie comes on first.
There now. Can you show me your face?
I'll play it.
Oh, there you are.
at
Thank you.
1.5.
Okay, I
I
see
think
Katie. Hold on.
stays
Hi.
Hello.
able to hear it and
Okay.
understand.
I'm kind of surprised, but thank you and welcome for coming up here. I appreciate that. How are you feeling today?
Pretty terrible, to be honest with you. 24 days in, and there's a bunch of horrible things being said and a bunch of misinformation being spread, and my son is still missing. And so it's horrible. There's not a better word for it, to be honest with you.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm glad you come up here, and I will. I asked my chat to please be respectful, and I will let you say what you feel. And again, I wasn't.
So she starts out, it's nothing to do with Sebastian. It's about the misinformation and the lies being told. Who cares? The internet is full of misinformation and lies, honey. I'm just going to tell you. And you are never going to correct every single person that is saying bad things about you. All you guys do is give the people who don't believe you already more and more ammunition to hate on you and spread more stories about you. That's all you're doing. Stop trying to do damage control. Worry about where Sebastian is. And I would love to hear them say something positive about Sebastian, because we haven't really heard anything like positive about him yet. So that would be a nice thing to add. I know that you guys are kind of watching these videos and adjusting things as you're going. If you're going to keep doing interviews, hey, how about you guys tell us some good stuff that happened in Sebastian's life?
Expecting this, but you're more than welcome to say what you feel, and if it's okay, I would like to ask some questions, but I would like to talk about Sebastian, and maybe we could just start there. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think Chris is still trying to join as well.
Okay, I didn't know if he was. Yeah, I didn't know.
A lot of people are accusatory when we speak. Oh, it's a lie. Oh, it's not us. And
Yeah, well,
the truth is no matter what any of y'all think, I didn't do anything to my son. My husband didn't do anything to my son. We love him dearly, and we are doing everything that we can to try and find him and bring him home. And his father loves him dearly as well.
Well, I, there's a lot of questions that people have and a lot of what ifs, and I know sometimes it's tough. I mean, I've seen a lot of cases like this, and I know, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. Let me say that. I would not want to be in your shoes.
I wouldn't want anybody to have to be in my shoes, to be honest with you. It's nothing any parent should ever have to go through.
Right. I've seen in my own family, I've actually had a runaway and I ended up murder, and I know it's not the same. It's not my child. Although I have lost a child, and this is not about me, it's about Sebastian. But I will tell you, nobody should have to sit in your shoes. There's not words that I can say. But also I do have an autistic son, and I know many do.
Just wanted to pull this down for a second and show you guys. She actually does have the TBI tip line running at the bottom here. Sebastian Rogers, for any information, call 615-451-3838 or 1-800-TBI-FIND. So I did just notice that. Not that I was saying that necessarily it was her who isn't, but just making sure that, people put this information out if you are going to be interviewing these people, because everybody's going to come watch the interviews. We all want to see it. We all want to see what they have to say. It's just like a train wreck. Like you can't look away as much as we want to. And we want to like just see just Sebastian and see just what's going on. We can't look away from it. Yeah, if you don't care what we think, please stop addressing it. Oh, I heard that Stark Jerk. And then whenever they put, yeah, they got defensive. I have no doubt that Seth loves Sebastian. Can't say the same for them. He's more than just an autistic child. He was not even diagnosed. Here's me slapping now. He was not even diagnosed with autism until October. And this is something that we talked about towards the end of my video yesterday. They are portraying him throughout all of these videos as if he is far more um, as if he's farther on the spectrum than what he is. I compared it to Gilbert Grape. You know, they are trying to portray him. One second. Let me pull this up. They are portraying him as if he climbing the tower on What's Eating Gilbert Grape. And this is not who Sebastian is. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but they try to just make him seem so broken. Like he's just this hassle that they have to deal with day after day, and all of the things that he has wrong with him, and you know, is he going to walk out of the house and just fall into a river? It just like a 3-year-old wandering out of the house would. Like, no, he's 15. And even if he has a reduced understanding with social situations and things like that caused by his autism, or a reduced age as far as his mentality goes, how reduced are we talking? Because he wasn't diagnosed until last year. Last year. And that's just, I don't know. It just bothers me that that's how they continuously are trying to portray him. Yeah, no wonder he left. It's like how Teabag, yes, it's like how Teabag tried to convince people that Gannon was trouble all the time. But then anybody who actually loved Gannon never thought that he was trouble. Did he have issues? Yes. But he is exactly, he is cognitive enough to attend mainstream school. He is by no means severely autistic. I have a 14-year-old autistic daughter. I wonder if they were trying to get a disability check via his disability. I don't know. We have heard lots of parents complain about misinformation, though, to be fair, I feel like they aren't being taught how to behave as a missing person's parent. And there's no handbook for this, right? There is no handbook for how to deal with misinformation. But I am coming out here as your handbook telling you this is not the way. And it's going to be hard to step back from this now, because if you stopped talking, if they go completely silent now after doing this many interviews, people are going to raise red flags to that about, oh, now they're being quiet. Now they're being looked into for this or that. It's just, it's going to be hard. They're going to have to step back very slowly. The chromosome deletion he has does have some learning difficulties, and actually it has traits of autism. So I wonder if the doctor who diagnosed him knew of the chromosome deletion. I'm sure they did. I'm sure they knew of it. And maybe they considered it just parts of his chromosome deletion instead of diagnosing him with autism. Yeah, play his favorite song, approach with caution, all the different things that they were saying to him at first. It just, I don't know. We'll see what happens. It sounds like they wanted the label because they thought he was a problem child. I don't know. And I mean, and nobody knows the inside of their house to know what was actually happening. I just know that I don't believe anything that they're saying at this point on most of these interviews, because everything that they have told us has been contradicted in later interviews or has been told differently by Seth. They told us he was the only person in his classroom and that he had one-to-one aides, and his dad is telling us, "No, he's in a normal school, he's just in a program that gives him more time on tests and things like that." So which one is it? Because that's 2 very, very different stories. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's very frustrating because we don't. I don't know. I have ADHD and dyslexia with a master's degree. It's no excuse to talk about your kids like they do. Yes. See, I am extremely dyslexic, Amy in Boston. That's why sometimes whenever I'm talking or reading different articles, I struggle with some of the words because whenever I'm reading it out of nowhere and haven't pre-read things, it gets mixed in my mind so much easier. Yeah, they had Nancy Grace talking about him like he was 3. What are you doing? Ugh. Okay, we'll get off it. I just don't understand it. Yeah, he has an IEP, which is fine. There are a lot of kids that have IEPs.
And I think she's having a bad signal. I don't know where she's at. She may be where she can't get the signal good. Go, sorry about that. And you may have a bad signal somewhere. I don't know if you're having like rain or anything, but it keeps going in and out, but that's okay. But anyway, the main thing is people just have a lot of questions and just trying to make sense of everything. And you're here. Okay, Chris, I'm dropping the link again. I told nobody not to get it, but you. Here you go, sir. Oh, drop again. Sorry. There you go. If you'll just click on that. But I do, still with anything that we personally go through, there's nothing, it's not the same. And I understand that. And so I am very sorry. I'm very sorry for you all 3 of you. I can feel when his dad talks it, I can feel that pain. And it's just different. I'm not trying again to accuse, like I said, anybody. I'm just trying to make sense of everything. And that's all I can say. I can't be fake. I have to be honest,
Well,
So
it's your opinion and you're entitled to it, obviously, but I can tell you that the pain that his father and I, and even my husband, are feeling right now is immeasurable, to be honest with you. And I have never in my life would I have ever dreamed that this would be a reality.
yes, ma'am. I don't think anybody ever thinks this will happen to them. Hey, Chris.
Hey.
Yeah, you surprised me calling me. You surprised me calling me, but I'm glad I could bring you on and hopefully, talk about this. A lot of people's just interested. I know it's irritating, and I know it's irritating, me included. I know I am too, but we're just all, we all have opinions, and there's no stone we can leave unturned. We have to think outside the box. And I know it's irritating to y'all. I know it's irritating to everybody, but we all want Sebastian found. And, I just told Katie, we just have to go with, we all have our opinions, and they may not always be good, but my heart's in the right place. But go ahead, and I'll let you start or whatever you want to do.
So there's time too. Do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is my
Okay.
call.
Okay.
I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
No, you go ahead.
Go
Go
back
ahead.
and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that
Yeah.
good?
You're okay. Hold on.
Hello?
That's me. I'm gonna knock you off for a minute. You just come back when you're ready. Okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side of the question everybody's been asking. No, he does not have a restraining order from his daughter. He speaks to her, just to go ahead and clear that one out, because I know there's been a lot of talk about that as well.
So I'm just going to say something. Whenever he said that, if you listen, you hear like a man's voice start talking. It did not sound like a little girl. Let me see.
okay. So I think he's on mute. Okay. So
And
Katie,
that'll clarify that side.
So
Let me go back to it.
do me a favor. I got to drop out of this. I got to make a phone call real quick, and I will be back. This is my
Okay.
call.
Okay.
I don't miss this phone call because it's my daughter.
no, you go ahead.
Go
Go
back
ahead.
and hang tight. Give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be right back.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll be here.
Is that
Yeah.
good?
Did you hear that? That ain't no little girl talking. I don't know if it was a radio in the background. I don't know what it was, but it was not no little girl. But my thing is, it's convenient that everybody has all these suspicions and questions about his daughter. And then, oh, of course, as soon as he steps live onto an interview, what a coincidence. She calls. Wow. Not just one more thing that they can come live to disprove or call out speculations. Like, come on, guys, stop it. And I don't know if they just don't have say first names, but she always refers to him as her husband, and he always just my wife, this, but do they just not say names? Because I know they do try to say Sebastian's name more often now that they've been called out for it, but yeah, JLR did say that last night. What does what does his restraining orders, what does anything have to do with his missing child, missing stepchild? It doesn't. I mean, it does to a point, actually. Let me change that. Because if he has been convicted of child abuse in the past, or has had restraining orders against him in the past for child abuse and things like that, I think that could play in a huge part of why Sebastian would have reasons to run away. Didn't he have court yesterday? I don't know. I did this for 5-6 hours yesterday watching these interviews. Yeah, if he went 14 years without diagnosis, then he was clearly high functioning. You wonder if it was StreamYarding ending his phone because the phone call knocks you off live typically. Right. So I don't know if it was just a work radio. Was he at work through this that we heard? But it was not no little girl. Not no little girl.
Been a lot of talk about that as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, he still speaks to her on the phone, as y'all see.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Our little girl is precious and loved, just like Sebastian.
Yeah. So somebody's wanting to know, that question's come up a couple of times, and I don't mean to be rude. I'm just going to ask that. I have saw it, like, do y'all, do you not call her y'all's daughter, since y'all call him y'all's son?
We do, and a lot of people are reading into it. It's just how we talk. Our boy, our girl, my son, my daughter, his son, his daughter. I mean, they're our children, but our children also have other parents as well.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, both of our children have more than just two parents.
Yeah. And I know you probably have been asked this on several channels. Y'all have been on several channels. Is there a reason that Chris hasn't seen him since? I know it had to do with the work, but like, why did he say he hadn't seen Sebastian since the 1st of February?
Because that's the truth. He hadn't seen him since the beginning of February.
I mean, is there a reason for that?
He's working 3.5 hours away. He don't come home after work.
So was he, I mean, and I'm just wondering, like, was he gone for like 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks or something like that?
He'd been gone since the beginning of February. Was the last time he was actually home. Christopher was actually home. And yes, he did see Sebastian when he come home.
Okay.
It's, you know, it's just part of it when you work away, you know, you see each other when
Yeah.
you can, but he doesn't, it's a lot to travel back and forth all the time. Like, that's not a trip that you can make, you know, to and from every day by any means.
Oh, I get that. That's not something you want to do every day. That would take up your whole time. But did he never come home on the weekends, like when you had Sebastian or anything like that?
Well, yeah, that's why he saw him in the beginning of February, but it wasn't every weekend.
Okay.
Because he works on weekends too a lot, so he can't just come home every weekend. But when he can, he does. He comes home and sees him.
Yeah.
They have a pretty good relationship.
Did he talk on the phone with Sebastian while he was at work?
He does. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
He wants to see if you can drop the link again. I think.
Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely. Here we go. Paste.
No, they talk regularly.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. All right, there we go.
A lot of people have their opinions, but Sebastian's got a good bond with both dads.
Yeah. I'm trying to make sure I drop it again because I want to make sure he sees it. I'm not fancy like everybody else, so I just need to make sure get it down there. That's what I was doing, was watching to see if he was coming. Oh, there he is. Look. Watch it over here. Okay, I watch it over there. Okay, so where do you want to start at, Chris? I'll just ask little simple questions, or whatever about your work and stuff. Like, did you talk to Sebastian? Stuff like that. But basically, I know it's a 3.5 hour drive. You was at work. Is there a reason that okay, so are you working now, or are you just taking off or anything like that, like for a certain amount of time?
So is this to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So are you asking me that, or is one of your
No, I'm asking you that. I just wonder.
Why does it matter where the question came from? If you're here to answer all the questions and you don't care, why does it matter where the question came from about your work? From the chat or from you? Telling you the crane operators are the breed of their own, not the best for relationships in my experience. Sorry that you had that experience, Ramblin' Room. Chris said that CPS called Sebastian a liar? Oh, goodness. I haven't gotten the whole way through this yet, so let's go. Let's keep going.
Like, if you, I was just wondering, like, if you, like, are you, In fact, I'll turn my chat off for just a minute so I don't get
No,
preoccupied.
don't turn your chat off. Leave it on. It's fine.
Okay.
That way you can get all these questions coming in, because like I said, I told you, I gave you my word. I come on your show. I would answer questions. People ask the questions, but keep in mind, like I told y'all from the very beginning, I'm brash, I'm direct, but I'm respectful. And I ask for the same in everybody else.
Yeah. And I told them a while ago, just
He's definitely clapping. He is definitely clapping. Right there. That's what it sounds like. Come on.
please be respectful, because I wasn't expecting this. Like, please be respectful, y'all, because
So one thing right now, I'm gonna tell you right now, really irks me with some of these folks that want to follow these YouTube. And I'm very honest about this. Somebody says I won't talk to men.
I
Not
said
that I don't
that
want to
too.
talk. Right. It's not that I don't want to talk to men. I have talked to more law enforcement men agencies in the past 24 days than I've probably ever talked to in my entire life. Same thing goes for women. So no, I don't have a problem talking to a man or talking to a woman. I appreciate everybody's assumptions or concerns, innuendos, whatever they want to be. But at the same time, I vet who I talk to. I'm not just going to open up and talk to anybody. And I will put this out there. JLR, everybody wants me to talk to this guy. Explain to me, Smiley, you probably have a better understanding of this. Explain to me why I should talk to JLR.
I just really wish you would, because he does go out everywhere, and he wants the truth. I mean, and he may not get the truth out of you, but I have seen him literally go in places deep, like scary places, and like really just try to get the truth and try to like follow people that's just taking him in the woods or whatever, show him places, whatever, that he didn't know from Adam. He goes from one place to another. He may be on a plane to Mexico. Next time he might be in California, whatever. And, I mean, he's grown a lot. I just think a lot of people don't give him a chance. That's just my honest opinion.
Right. Do you know why people don't want to give this man a chance?
Well, go ahead and tell me. I mean, I want your opinion.
So I'm going to tell you my personal opinion.
Okay.
Okay. This is my personal opinion. This is nobody else's, not my wife's, not anybody else's, my personal opinion.
Okay.
So I did my due diligence, and I read up on Jonathan Lee Rich.
We figured out JLR yesterday. For those of you guys who missed it, I am convinced at this point that JLR has a twin. And that is how he is able to travel to so many locations all in the same day. Boom. Bombshell. You heard it here first. JLR is 2 people, not 1. Hi, B. Tim.
Rich is, excuse me. I've read up on it. Not necessarily the best character in the world. When you start reading and the first thing comes up, everything that you can find on this individual. Now, I don't know him, Adam from Eve. I really don't. He don't know me, Adam from Eve. But when he opens his mouth and goes out there and starts spreading lies, and yes, lies, because unless you got hardcore evidence that I'm an abusive husband, abusive father, I've got a restraining order against me, unless you got proof, don't open your mouth, because it's real simple. I don't have any of that. Good luck finding it. I've never lied to y'all. I've been open and honest. People don't like my answers, so people want to come back with their own assumptions. And I'm so sorry that I can't open up and give you every little piece of evidence and every little detail that we know. I am terribly sorry. It sucks, because when it does and it can come out, my only question to everybody else is, when are you going to start issuing public apologies? That's not to you. That is to everybody that wants to come out and badmouth people that don't understand and don't have a clue what's going on. And I think that's pretty fair.
Jonathan and Lee. You're right, Gillian. JLR is Jonathan and Lee. We've just been leaving the "and" out this entire time. He's been telling us since the beginning that he's twins, but nobody ever caught it. There's no other way that you're at the Texas border and in Tennessee within like 2 hours. It's not happening. He teleports. You can't schedule planes that quick. Either that or he has a private jet. I mean, but I'm leaning more towards the fact that he's twins, because then he'll just be right back at his house in Florida, like just drinking his coffee, all within hours of these videos. It's nuts. Yeah, Letitia Stout vibes. Yeah, I know, guys. He is like, I don't know. It's Letitia.
Yeah, I can understand that. But let me ask you this:
Yes,
if somebody has over 100,000 people, why do you care what their past is or what they say if they can help you get Sebastian's name out?
So when you and I'll be honest with you, I've heard some of yours, and the toxicity that comes out of what you guys projected about me has only toxified Everybody else that puts in a lead or says, well, check out the stepfather, do this, do that, call law enforcement, check this out, do this. You take a body, every time something gets reported, a body comes away from the investigation to vet because they are required to do so. And it sucks because the same answers are the same across the board.
So I understand what you're saying, Angela. I actually tell parents this whenever they reach out to me. Okay, let's put it this way. The Millers in Harmony Montgomery's case that have Jameson. I talk to the Millers on a regular basis. I would never bring them onto this platform. If they choose to do interviews with the news media and things like that, that is their choice. But I have gotten to a place where I used to interview families all the time. Now, whenever I talk to families and I offer them my platform for whatever way that they would like to utilize it. If they want to come on for an interview, I do give them that option. However, I do inform them by doing an interview, you are opening up the floodgates. Yes, it will get more people to see your missing child's poster. Yes, it will get more eyes on that case, and people will get a better understanding of who your child is and the details surrounding your missing child, right? That's the positive side of things. The negative side of things is it opens up the floodgates of people who feel like they have the right to know every aspect of every individual detail in your entire life. You open up to a lot of hate, a lot of criticism, a lot of things like that. And many people are okay with that simply for the fact of wanting to have their missing child's face get out there absolutely everywhere. It's one of those things you cannot focus on the hate. You can't focus on the bad, on the evil, on all of these social media platforms. You can't do it. You have to ignore it and you have to keep rolling. Because if Sebastian is what matters, if getting his face out there is what matters, then what people say about you, who cares? Especially if it's false information. Especially if none of it's true. Who gives a crap what people think about you? And that's something I said yesterday too. If I addressed every single person on this platform who had a problem with me, just me alone, if I addressed every single person and every single ignorant comment or lie that was ever told about me on YouTube, either behind the scenes or in front of the scenes, I would never stop talking. I would never stop addressing the negativity. And then it would just turn into drama all the time. Who cares? We have stuff to do. We've got cases to cover. We have things to talk about. And that's what we do. Have a good day, Chase. Yeah, I'd rather do an interview with JLR than Nancy Grace. She's worse than JLR. Her hair will attack you. Law enforcement has made him feel this confident.
Why they won't come out and tell in the public eye, hey, all three parents have been completely vetted. All three parents have been, questioned. All of this. Why they won't come out and say it? I understand to a point. I do. But it sucks at the same time because it's extremely hurtful that me, my wife, and Seth have to live in this life, even when this is over. However it ends, we have to live this life, not everybody else.
Quite frankly, Sebastian's going to find out what everybody's been saying about his parents, and I can't even imagine how distraught he's going to be, but we have to find him.
You think for a second, so yes, okay, Sebastian may be watching these, and that's something that I said at the beginning, be respectful and realizing that Sebastian may be watching these. You think for a second, Sebastian watching these interviews is worried about bad things that people are saying about his stepdad? Whenever you guys are on these interviews day after day doing nothing but focusing on every negative detail about Sebastian's life? Where's the positive that you want to say to your child? Where's the genuine, heartfelt I love yous in this conversation that you're having with people about your child. I trust and believe he is not worried about what people are saying about his stepdad as much as he is worried about details of his life getting put out there, like the fact that he has to wear pull-ups. You think he wants all of his teenage friends to know, or teenagers at his school to know, that you guys make him wear pull-ups at night? Come on, why did that information have to get put out there? What are you doing? This is Smileys World. Sorry, I have the banner up. Smileys World. They went on to her channel 2 days ago, 2 nights ago. Focus on the positive, you guys, about Sebastian. Tell him that you love him, that any of his faults don't matter. Come home, Sebastian. Go back to your father. Go to somebody who loves you.
And it sucks.
Yeah, you have to find him, and that's the most important thing.
Yes.
The rest is going to fall into place later, but the most important thing is he has to be found, and he has to be found regardless. Period.
I want to just side note, he's not clapping, y'all.
He's not what?
People keep saying that he's clapping. He's not clapping. That's just background noise.
Oh, I don't hear any. Yeah, y'all.
Some people have heard they're clapping it, and that's fine. I guess I'm currently working.
Yeah, y'all.
Now, where understand people, where I work is really nobody's business. And I would hope you would respect that, because I'm not this criminal. I'm not this monster that everybody wants to believe. But I do believe in privacy and respect, and it goes both ways.
Yeah, I don't feel anybody should be going to anybody's job or anything like that. No, I don't feel anything like that. But as far as JR, I mean, that's up to you who you speak with or anything like that. I do appreciate you holding up to your bargain, speaking to me. Some of the harder questions, I it has nothing to do with you, but I'm just saying, as far as all that has nothing to do with you. It's just a matter of how I put it to every case that I care about, and there's no reason to be angry about it. It's just something, whether it's me, you, or whoever, and that happens. Look, I had a grandson that went missing for a couple of hours here not very long ago, back last year, and I know how that feels. And we can sit and say this happened, this happened, and this one don't know, and whatever. But I'm very passionate about these. I've been through a lot of tragedies that a lot of these people that are my subs don't know that I've been through, and a lot I have told them. But I understand mine is not yours. I understand that, but I'm very passionate. I'm very passionate about Sebastian, and I do have to ask these questions, and they're questions you don't like. And whether you're in here,
no, it's not that I don't like them. I don't want anybody to start thinking that there's not questions I don't like. I've told y'all from the very beginning, I welcome all of your questions. The only thing is, because of the ongoing investigation, there are certain things that we are not, and have been told by law enforcement, do not get into specifics, because it could jeopardize the investigation. People don't like that, and I am sorry. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not going to speak for my wife. I'm not going to speak for Sebastian's father, Seth, his mother, his sister, or anybody for that matter. But I do welcome the hard questions. I do.
Well,
and I'm okay with it. And for the record, I don't have a problem talking with JLR or anybody else. Now, if you're one of these shows that are for profit, you want to talk, you go out and publicly announce it publicly that any money that you make on the show, as long as me and my wife are involved, that money gets directly posted to signs, flyers, or billboards to help find our son. I'll do it. But if it's for personal gain, it ain't happening.
Yeah, I just went out today. I mean, I take money off my own stuff. I just went out today and got a bunch of flyers, and I suggested with because Seth wanted. I heard him on another show, but anyway, I suggested. Same thing I did with Summer Wells. Every time you mail something out, get it in the mail, send it out with bills, send it to whoever you write to, do whatever. I'm very passionate about that. I'm very passionate about boots on the ground, going out, handing out the flyers. I don't care if they get thrown in the trash, whatever, 5 minutes later. They see the picture, they see the photo. As long as they see and say, and take a glance at it, there is a chance for me. They tweet or something, say something, whatever. And, but nobody is going to dictate my money, because let me tell you something. I've been in this for 3 years now, banging my head against the wall, being called everything, drug here, drug there, with this big history stuff, doing Summer Wells, and not ask for a penny. And I figured, well, if you can't beat them, join them. Meaning, first I did it to put my Cash App up for a point one day, and then I took it back down. And the next thing, I'm just like, no. They're like, you need to monetize. I'm like, you're right, I'm going broke. Trying to just keep the word out or whatever. Like, somebody just gave me $10. I spent that today in gas and going and getting flyers and doing whatever just on Sebastian. That's where I know you just said that. So
right, but that
So this interview, sorry, I keep putting up the flyer. This interview is Smileys Story World 2 days ago had on Chris, which is stepfather, and mom, Katie. And so she had them on. What was supposed to happen was he was supposed to go on panel with Justin over on Justin for All, or probably Clutch My Pearls. I'm not sure which channel he was supposed to interview them on. And he did not show up. He told everybody that he would be on Smileys instead. And so out of nowhere, she kind of got this interview, and she's doing the best she can to try to interview them. It takes place for over 3 hours, and they go into a lot of interesting details, horrific details, just to be completely honest. But yes, this is stepdad who is talking here. And I know, Chicken Lady, people just think that YouTubers are just raining in cash. My average video gets about $1 in ad revenue. Trust me, guys, we are not making millions of dollars unless you're getting memberships and cash apps or super chats or things like that. You are not bringing in a ton of cash off of ad revenue. It's just the way it is. Especially if you're doing live streams, you can make more money off of an uploaded video that gets a lot of views than you can off of a live stream, because how many commercials do you see during a live stream? You just don't. During the live streams, and that's something that they have changed, that like we can force ads to pop up, or they can automatically put ads up if you monetize your stream like while it's going. But most of the people get frustrated if you have an ad pop up during a live stream. And so I believe most creators at this point just leave our ad revenue off until the end of the video and then turn it on afterwards, so that our people actually physically sitting in our live chats don't have to go through the ads and things like that. And so 236 of you watching right now, this video is making $0. $0. So it's not like YouTubers are billionaires. We're just not. The vast majority of us are not making money. So I just think it's funny that there's just this perception out there of things. So yeah, it's good info for the police, and the more they talk. And I get that. A lot of people are like, stop telling them to shut up, but I can't help it, because I don't feel like they actually did anything to physically harm them. That's my opinion. I think that in general, Sebastian likely is not there because of the hostile environment that he was living in, and was driven to speak with somebody on the internet, video games, something along those lines, potentially could have been lured out of his home, and is alive somewhere and has the possibility of coming home. That's where my mindset is. I do not think that Chris and Katie killed him. And I know that there are some people who do. And that there is that possibility that he is no longer alive and things like that. It's just not what my personal opinion is. That's where some of us differ. Law and Crime and Court TV do the ads on the lives. It's frustrating, right? A lot of people hate that. Like, watch, if I turn it on right now, you guys will get like forced an ad. I don't know. Let's hit play.
That you're not monetizing on. You're utilizing it
Right.
to do something to put it forward.
Right.
But those people who want to pocket money, on the other hand, I'm not about pocket. I'm not lining your pockets.
Right. No,
You know, and
I get that.
I'm going to be very respectful, because I don't want to say it like I would normally say it, but I tell
Don't say it.
everybody,
Feel free. My-
well, no, because if there are some folks that don't like cussing,
Well,
but understand something. I'm respectful about it, because I'm being positive here. But if you don't feed me, finance me, or sleep with me, you know, I don't owe anything to anybody at that point.
well,
You know?
I think we kind of think of it there, you know, and I don't, yeah, I agree there, you know, and that brings me to say, hey, you should not care what people think. But JLR, back to him again. And I hate to keep bringing him up because you're on here and I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And I want
No, that's fine.
not JLR, but what I want to say is one other thing you have to take in consideration, him going to all these places, not just to help Sebastian, but all these other people. That's not free. You got to remember that that's not free. So I'm just saying.
Right, but if I'm on his show, we're talking about my son's case.
Mhm.
I understand that's there is a situation of my son, not everybody else's.
He's not technically your son either, just saying. I mean, he's your stepson. But, grandma is getting pretty frustrated with you taking ownership of this child who apparently did not like you that much. Robin has been very outspoken about how she feels about Chris and Chris's relationship with Sebastian in general. Just recently, she posted one thing I forgot to include on my last post is if you care anything about my son, quit referring to Christopher Proudfoot as Sebastian's dad, father, or parent. Trust me, he is none of those. Every time I hear him referred to such, it makes my skin crawl and it breaks my son's heart. So you can think what you want, but yeah, quit worrying about the hate. It's all about it. Hi, Amber Riot. Good to see you.
And I know he's doing his thing, and I appreciate it. What I don't appreciate is some of the stuff he does put out there that he asks. When I've asked the guy, I said, "Do you have proof? Do you have physical evidence that I am anything what you say?"
Right.
And he doesn't. So then keep my name out of your mouth.
Right.
It's real simple.
And then you don't want him, like if he does this, because he's there now, so you don't want him. And I don't know, I'm not going to talk to him on the phone or anything. I don't do that. But like, I just like what he does. But so I'm just asking because he'll hear this. So are you? So and you don't want him to monetize on that? He's talking about your son, correct?
Yeah. If he's going to monetize, take that money, go buy flyers, go buy yard signs, put it on the billboards.
Okay. All right.
I mean, and that's fair. I'm asking. He wants to be on the show. That's fine. Then I want a public acknowledgement that you're going to donate every dollar that you make off of my son's show to finding him.
Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. Now, can I say one other thing? Because
yes, ma'am.
Before we kind of get started, the only reason is because fair is fair. And I want to say this. And I said I would treat you fair, and I will. I try to treat everybody. I do try to treat everybody. Now, whether I have opinions or I don't, none of that matters. Okay. But I want to say this. Like my heart really hurts for Seth. It really does. It hurts for you. It hurts for Katie. It hurts for everybody because no matter what happened. Now listen, no matter what happened, don't jump on me yet. I'm not finished with my statement.
Oh, I'm not. You're fine.
If it was an accident, if it was he walked off, if he crawled, if it was no matter what it was,
right.
I feel for everybody. Okay, I feel for everybody. But this is just it's insane. It's insane. I feel for Seth, but I feel for all of you, but I can feel his pain so much more. But what I feel for is I do feel for his mom, and I'm going to say this. When she said, "Can y'all stop or ask Chris to stop saying that that's his son because it's not, and it kills Seth, even though he don't say anything." I just wanted to say what you had to say about that.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm a stepdad to a 15-year-old young man. Okay. I came in Sebastian's life roughly he was like 7, 8-ish. And I helped raise him, and I still help raise him. And I have a daughter, since everybody wants to know, who lives with my ex-wife out in New Mexico. Her mother has another man that lives with her. Now, whether or not they're married, I don't know. That's not my business personally. Okay. Yep. Last time I checked, they were not married, but my daughter refers to him as daddy.
I 1000% disagree with him right here. If any person comes into my child's life via another relationship or not, that is 1,000,000% your business. How many people do we see unalived by their parents' boyfriends or spouses or girlfriends? How many different children have been lives have been lost by significant others brought into the picture after the other parent is gone? You need to know who is in your child's life. Period. You need to know that information. I so disagree with him. You're not I'm not convinced. This is the problem. I do not enjoy Chris or how he comes across. I don't they're giving us nothing to go off of. The police are giving us nothing to go off of. So the only choice we have left is to to review these interviews and look at the interviews that the parents are putting out and try to see what pieces and clues and details we can pull out of these interviews that might be pertinent information to why Sebastian decided to run away, or what happened to Sebastian if you don't think that he ran away. I personally think that he left. That's my personal opinion. And so I don't necessarily think that Chris caused his disappearance. I don't necessarily think that mom caused his disappearance in a physical manner, meaning that they somehow foul play involved, unalived, or removed Sebastian from the picture to make him disappear. But here we are with these interviews that are like, stop putting all of the red flags out there. You're giving us things to not like you about. Why are you doing these interviews? Stop telling me every negative detail about your life. Stop telling me anything about your life. Why do we need to know this? Who cares if thousands of people are asking the questions? What does it have to do with Sebastian? They are turning this into Dawn Wells in the Summer Wells case. I don't know if it's a Tennessee thing. I don't know what it is. Like, get off the internet. Share your kid's picture. Share your kid's story. Share positive information about Sebastian. Tell us about him. Tell us about this child. That's what will help find him. Go search for him. Plan vigils. Plan prayers. Plan search events. All the things.
Now, what does a child calling a person got to do with anything? Because as long as a child is being correctly raised and not hurt and loved, then what does it matter? He's my stepson. He does not call me dad. He does not call me father. He doesn't say it. He calls me Mr. Chris. I have always left that open for him. He does not have to call me anything he does not want to, except for late for dinner, because that ain't happening.
Right. Right. Okay.
Even Seth calls Chris his dad, his stepdad.
Right.
So his mother has her opinions,
Yeah.
and that's that.
You know, and unfortunately, I hate that family disputes. And I don't care what it is. When something in your life becomes so publicized and it's so dramatic, people find a way to turn and find ways to just make it the worst thing even worse, just because. And it sucks. It truly sucks.
I personally think we should all be working together to find Sebastian, because Sebastian is an awesome person who deserves to be home.
Katie, let me ask you, the night, Sunday night, when you said there was a noise, what type of noise do you think that was that you heard?
I'm not honestly sure. It sounded like he was messing with stuff in his room, which was not uncommon, which is why I said, hey, I don't know what you're doing in there, but you're supposed to go to sleep.
Okay. So you didn't check on him at that time, but did you check on him at midnight? Did you flip the light on and look to see if he was in the bed at midnight when you got up to go to bed?
No, and because I didn't have any reason to. You know, when he was little, I used to check on him all the time, but he's older now and he's 15, and y'all can figure out why a mother may not want to necessarily pop into a teenage boy's room unexpectedly.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, when Seth said that when he came, that everything was in pristine condition except for his room. Like, I know that the Ellie was there, and he said that the Ellie was there. Well, I mean, what did he mean by that? Was that just like the bed was unmade, or where you looked under things, or was it like what did he mean by that?
Sebastian's room is always a little bit messy, but even more so with all the people coming in, all the law enforcement coming in and looking through things, me looking through things, like everybody was searching everything.
So I have a question then real quick. So
Yeah.
You're asking that question. Is that because somebody's trying to insinuate that we tried to cover something up because the house was clean? Or
No.
please understand why I'm asking that question, because whether my house is dirty or clean really doesn't matter. But okay, I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, well, I'll explain it to you. It's because I have a son that is autistic. He's 28 now, but I know it's all different types of children on the autism spectrum, but they like stuff in order. And so I was just wondering, like, I was just trying to think back, and I'm just wondering, like, what did Seth mean by that? Like, was it just because the bed was messed up? And then I know the cop, like doing these cases and stuff, I know the cops. So, I mean, it's not like you have to be paranoid that I ask you that. It's just, I was asking that because I was thinking back on things, not only personally, but because I was just trying to make sense of, and then when Katie said, well, it was just his room's out of order and stuff, I'm just thinking, well, some kids, like maybe they do, if they're autistic, I don't know. I just asked that question. When I ask questions, I just listen. Let me just tell you this: when I ask questions, you don't have to necessarily look. I'm not the police, okay? And you don't have to worry about how I ask questions. It's just I also worked for a retention center for 11 years, and it was my job to retain people and think outside the box, and that's what I do. It's a habit. So.
Jess, do you have a source? Let's see if I can find anything. Sidetrack. Hold on, here we go. Somebody messaged me on Facebook. Don't message me on Facebook for a minute. Breaking news. Just got the breaking news thing on your phone. Okay, here we go.
Folding in the Nations area of Nashville, right at 61st Avenue North. Now, we're taking a live image, and just a few moments ago, we saw a flurry of police and fire activity right in this area that leads down to the banks of the river and into the river. Within the last few minutes here, all of those crews have left this scene and moved to another area. They say that's going to be a better way for them to get into the water and to recover the body that has now been discovered there. They say that the body was found stuck underneath a barge in the Cumberland River. And again, this is coming as we know crews continue their search of the Cumberland River for any sign of missing college student Riley Strain. He disappeared 2 weeks ago today, and search efforts have been focused on the water to find him. Again, it's important to note, no indication that that search for Riley Strain is in any way connected to what's happening here now. Here is what we have confirmed about this particular scene. And you can see some folks who maybe work at this particular company where the property sits. Walking in the background, crews have, for the most part, just left this area after responding here to reports of a body in the water. They indeed confirmed they found a body in the Cumberland River, but underneath a barge, and that they're having to attack this from a different area, that it's just too steep to reach the water from this particular location. So they have moved along. Now, we know that the spokesperson for Metro Police is on his way to the scene to update the media as we speak about what exactly is happening here and if there is any connection to the ongoing search for Riley Strain. So if you're just joining us, we're on top of breaking news right now. A body has been found in the Cumberland River right at 61st Avenue North. So this is right there in the Nations area. And we have seen a flurry of police and fire department activity within the last half hour or so. In the last few minutes, a lot of those crews have left to another area of the Cumberland River where they're going to try and put in to search for that body and perform recovery efforts there. We're going to keep you posted as this story develops on air and in the WSMV4 News app.
And our weather is going to stay relatively calm, at least for the first part of our day today. A lot of cloud cover.
So it is a body found this morning. Now, I know that there was a body found yesterday and the day before, or no, somebody fell into the river yesterday and was saved. And then there was a body found a few days ago, also during the search. But this is the first one that they're making a big deal about on the news. They're not saying that it's not him. They said that there's a press conference coming. As soon as that press conference comes, then we will play that here, so you guys don't have to worry about leaving. As soon as I see the press conference pop up, I will pull it up and we will watch it together to see what type of information happens for Riley. But yes, this is near the search for Riley. Right, he's 6 foot tall, really tall guy. It wouldn't be hard to figure out if it's him or not. They'll still have to wait until he has been identified before they announce that it is him. So this was just found. This is just breaking news. just a few minutes ago, 13 minutes ago. So this is brand new information that 18 minutes ago, that a body has been found this morning during the search. So here is, let's see. So no confirmation that it's Riley yet. It's just another body found so far. Only one news channel reporting on it so far.
Moments ago, we saw a flurry of police and fire activity right in this area that leads down to the banks of the river and into the river. Within the last few minutes here, all of those crews have left this scene and moved to another area. They say that's going to be a better way for them to get into the water and to recover the body that has now been discovered there. They say that the body was found stuck underneath a barge in the Cumberland River. And again, this is coming as we know crews continue their search of the Cumberland River for any sign of missing college student Riley Strain. He disappeared 2 weeks ago today, and search efforts have been focused on the water to find him. Again, it's important to note, no indication that that search for Riley Strain is in any way connected to what's happening here now. Here is what we have confirmed about this particular scene. And you can see some folks who maybe work at this particular company where the property sits. Walking in the background, crews have, for the most part, just left this area after responding here to reports of a body in the water. They indeed confirmed they found a body in the Cumberland River, but underneath a barge, and that they're having to attack this from a different area, that it's just too steep to reach the water from this particular location. So they have moved along. Now, we know that the spokesperson from Metro Police is on his way to the scene to update the media as we speak about what exactly is happening here and if there is any connection to the ongoing search for Riley Strain. So if you're just joining us, we're on top of breaking news right now. A body has been found in the Cumberland River right at 61st Avenue North. So this is right there in the Nations area. And we have seen a flurry of police and fire department activity within the last half hour or so. In the last few minutes, a lot of those crews have left to another area of the Cumberland River where they're going to try and put in to search for that body and perform recovery efforts there. We're going to keep you posted as this story develops on air and in the WSMV4 News app.
And our weather is going to stay relatively calm, at least for the first part of our day today. A lot of
So we'll see what happens, right? It's not confirmed yet, so keep that in mind. But this is something that is ongoing and that just happened. So we'll see what happens. Once there is official confirmation, I will let you guys know. And she had mentioned a press conference, so we'll see what happens, what type of update they give. National News 5 is live. Let me see. That was Nashville News 4 that we just watched. Let's see. So here is this. Says Ryan Vaughn says Nashville officials say the body was found in the Cumberland River this morning. Our Gray station in Nashville is gathering more information. Unconfirmed if this is related to Riley Strain. I've attached a map showing where police are responding red and where Riley Strain went missing in the yellow. So this is where he went missing from, and this is where they are responding to. So it's pretty decent distance away. This one is from the Tennessee River Valley News. This is all coming out just minute after minute. This is not to do with Sebastian, so please do not get things confused. This is in Riley Strain's missing case. He is missing about a half hour from where Sebastian is missing. It says breaking news, a body found in the Cumberland River. Police confirm they are working to remove a body from the Cumberland River in West Nashville. Chances are they can't tell whose body it is at this point, if it's like sucked up under that barge and they're trying to get to it. The body was reportedly found under a barge, so they're working to get to it. No information has released on the possible identity of the body. This happens as a large-scale search for 22-year-old Riley Strain is ongoing. CBS Morning, a body has been found in West Nashville amid the search for missing University of Missouri student Riley Strain. Metropolitan Nashville Police Department confirmed to CBS News. The department said that they cannot confirm the identity of the body. And so that is post after post, all saying similar things about this. Still no confirmation. I know this is not the first body that has been found in this case, sadly. This one says, found overnight by search crews. The family is expected to hold a press conference later this morning. I don't know if that's a different one, if there was one found overnight or not, because this is all making it sound like this is ongoing, active at the scene right now. I mean, they're showing pictures of the police or of the fire trucks in the response to this area for this body. Why are there so many bodies in the Cumberland River? Here's a legal term for Chris: pattern of practice. He has a court-documented pattern of DV with his previous marriages, including CPS investigations. Thank you so much, Lone Wolf, for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, pattern of practice. This is something that he has had the pattern to do. It may not be him, considering how many bodies have been found so far. It's crazy. Why can't there be all this attention on Sebastian? I don't know. Just the difference, I guess. Because there's active searches that people are able to look at in Riley's case and footage that we are able to review and talk about. Whereas with Sebastian, they're not giving us anything. The police are giving us nothing. Yeah, press conference at 1 p.m. So we'll see. That's 3 hours from now. We still have a lot of time before 1 p.m. So let's keep going with these interviews. As I see more news pop up, I will show you guys, I promise. Don't feel like you have to leave. They're all going to show you the same articles as what I'm showing you right now. This is all there is out there at this moment. As soon as we have any type of confirmation or new news on this, we will be watching for that in the side. I am going to go back to Smiley's interview, though, so that we can continue watching the interviews about Sebastian Rogers.
Right. So me asking that question back is because you've got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying your viewers. So let's make that super clear so that viewers don't get that construed with anything. But there's so many people out there with their insinuations. And because you asked that question, it would not surprise me to see a comment. Well, that's because they cleaned the house before the cops got there. Trust me. We have seen it all, heard it all. People are putting stuff out there that is completely obtuse from the truth. And it is ridiculous. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah. Well, you can ask me anything you want. I mean, I don't mind explaining why I asked. I just don't want you to think I'm asking things in nefarious ways. I'm just simply asking. I'm trying to think, because I have been sitting here thinking for days, and I have my own things, and sometimes they have not been good. I'll just be straight up honest with you, because I'm not going to be fake and try to hide anything or whatever. You said yourself, you've seen things that I said. I was not too happy the other night when somebody took my question and asked you, and that was a personal question when you said and I didn't like how you answered it, to be frank with you.
What did I say? Do you remember what it was, please?
It was something about, I was pretty hurt about that myself, and I didn't like that, because you knew it was coming, but I didn't ever expect it was coming from somebody else, but they did that because they was hurt at me anyway. But that's okay. It's okay. It's not about me fighting with anybody else. It's about Sebastian here. And I just felt some kind of type of way, because it's the way you answered it. You already had it in your private private messages. But none of that matters. What matters is Sebastian, and I want to know. Tell me, Chris, can you tell me about the snake? Tell me about the snake. Why did you get rid of the snake, or y'all got or decided together, or tell me about the snake? I
Okay,
understand.
so right. So to answer your question about the snakes, I'll start at the beginning of the snakes. So I viewed long time ago. I actually used to breed reptiles, snakes, gargoyle, reptile, all kinds of stuff. You name it, just about reptiles. I used to breed it. Love reptiles. One of my favorite things. In California, we actually had a snake. They had a bearded dragon. It died. But we wound up getting a snake. Well, Sebastian liked it.
They is me and Bubba. We had a beardy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But we had a salmon boa. Sebastian liked the idea of having a snake. Well,
Oh, he loved that thing.
he's never had one that was his snake, his own snake. Now, mind you, when I do something, I go all in. I don't half-ass do it. So, I purchased. However, I've got friends that are in the world still that are in that business, and we all chit chat. And I wind up coming across. Basically, I had like about 30 snakes at one given time. All of them were ball pythons. I didn't have anything retic. I didn't have anything massive, poisonous, or anything like that. Well, Sebastian was infatuated with one of the snakes that one of the breeders I deal with had. And it's the picture the snake that you see in the picture that's wrapped around his arm. That is his personal pastel ball python named Brownie. That is his personal snake. He loved them. The downside, like it got to the point with work, with mom's work, my work, and I told Sebastian, I said, having a snake means responsibilities. You're going to clean it. You're going to have to feed it. You're going to water it. You're going to do all that stuff.
And he actually did.
Hey, what, Katie?
I said, and he did for a little while.
And then he stopped.
Yeah. And parenting is, and I think everybody understands this. When you're a parent, you're not your kid's best friends. You're not. That's not what your job is. Your job is to be a parent. And I told Sebastian, if you don't, she's gone. And he thought I was kidding. Nope. So when I got rid of one, I got rid of them all. Now, when I say got rid of them, a friend of mine, local in Nashville, he got them because he's a good breeder, great guy. He's like, if you ever want him, come get him, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, man, appreciate it. But right now, he's not doing what he's supposed to do. So right now, we're not just hang tight with him. So we got rid of the snakes.
So did his dad not want them, or you couldn't take them to his dad's or anything so he could see them when they're there? I just wondered.
No, his dad couldn't take them.
Well, his dad was going to take 30 snakes. I mean, because 30 snakes, you're talking a big old rack, all kinds of stuff. I mean, you got to deal with the food, which is going to be rats and things like that. People don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it's just a question. I mean, I know I wouldn't. It's just a question. It was a question because I wondered, like, I could tell in the picture he really liked it. So that was one of his, pets, and so I just wondered. I
mean, to this day, I call it my buddy. If Sebastian wants to go, I can call him up. We'll head over to his snake, his big old snake. He's got a building full of them, and that's where ours are. And he's like, "You want to see him? Just come on over, man. Whatever, just call me up." Cool.
Yeah.
It
wasn't like he would never get to see it again. It was just
right. Lessons have to be taught. I'm a very firm believer. It is what it is. Is it always gone forever? No, not necessarily. But you're going to earn it back. It's not just going to be handed to you.
How did you discipline him since he, how did you discipline
Sebastian in general?
Yeah.
Well, that depends. The punishment has to fit the crime, so to speak. I'll give you an example. Cleaning his room. And people are going to make me sound like I'm so horrible, but I promise you, folks, you try this with your kids one time, and you won't ever have a problem with this again. So if you tell them to clean their room, and they go in there and they clean their room, well, they say, come out, well, it's clean. And you go in there and you go to check the room, and the room's not clean. Okay. Thought I told you to clean this room. You told us the room's clean, did you not? Well, yes, sir. Okay. Now I'm going to clean your room. And you know exactly what that means. I go in and I go grab a trash bag. I walk back in that bedroom. If it's on the floor and it's not supposed to be on the floor, it's not picked up and put in the right places, goes in the trash bag. If it's not important enough for you to take care of and pick up, I'll take care of it for you. Throw in the trash bag. Tie it up. I've done this to him twice. One time, Mom talked me out of it. The other time, Sebastian, here's the bag, go put it in the trash can. And then you're going to take the trash can to the street. And after that, Sebastian, did you clean your room? Well, your mom told you to clean your room. Did you clean the room? Yes or no? Well, yes, sir. Is it clean the way it's supposed to be? Well, no, sir. Then I suggest you go back in there and clean it, or I'm coming in there in the next 10 minutes and I'm cleaning. Yes, sir. Hauls butt to that bedroom, and by God, that room is clean the way it's supposed to be. Now, it sounds crazy, but I promise you, try it with your kids, man. Your kids will be like, oh my God, they ain't kidding. It works amazing.
Do you feel like like that he was ever a burden at all on you or your relationship, either one of you?
Was my stepson a burden in my marriage?
Yeah.
No. No.
Um,
The burden. So
They are expecting Sebastian to be perfect, and it's not a reality. Every child has faults. Every child messes up. And they're putting this unrealistic expectation onto him. It's not even so much about a child with autism doesn't think that way. It's children don't think that way. It's just wow. He's just such a jerk. I know I can't imagine mocking my missing child. And that's what I feel like he's doing. This is the problem. Yeah, and he sounds so proud of it. Taking away pets, throwing away his toys, spanking him. If Chris had any access to Sebastian at the time of Sebastian's disappearance, I would be throwing up red flags. As far as we know, he has an alibi away from the area at the time. That's why I lean towards Sebastian was driven to run away because these parents were doing what to him? I really think he is alive and ran away. But if not, Chris sounds so much like Letitia Stout. And I'm just going to keep saying it because it's just killing me. Your mom did that to you. It's extremely traumatic. Poor dude had no sense of security. Chris was breaking that poor kid. I think they were worried when he went to live with Seth, they would have to pay child support. Maybe. Maybe. Doesn't he know that all of this is going to really hurt his child battle in New Mexico? Can't fix stupid. Does he even actually care, though? He thinks that he is right, and he thinks that everything that he is doing through this is the right thing to do. You're not going to convince him of otherwise. $650,000 home, while they throw away what few toys allowed Sebastian to have. They weaponize toys, phone, game system, food, friends, pets, everything. All so Sebastian would fall in line and be a perfect person. It's sick. He's trying to defend his abuse. It's mind-blowing to me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Again, this is the link to Smiley interview if you want to watch it in regular speed. I do have it sped up to 1.5 throughout this. She did a phenomenal job, in my opinion. She's just letting him talk, letting him lay the groundwork for all the things that he wants to say. Yeah, judge denied him visitation with daughter in the New Mexico case yesterday. Yeah, you wouldn't throw his stuff out. You would take it and put it somewhere for a couple days. You don't throw it away. I'm not saying that children shouldn't have some type of system in place for discipline, but is this the way to do it? Peter Hyatt says he's a textbook narcissist. I wish that Peter would have gave a more information about how he came to his conclusions. The video that he did was about 40 minutes long. I wish that he would have taken the time to go a little bit more in depth with the why he felt that way.
what has always been a struggle, and anybody who's married and has, you're a step parent, okay, that struggle of being able to, yes, very much. And then you've got discipline on top of it, and what you can do, what you can't do, because you've got the other parent and this parent. That's always a struggle. when you can get on the same page with each other
Mhm.
and finally everybody understands it,
Right.
man, it is a beautiful, beautiful picture.
Do things this way for a minute so that I can pull up these videos from Twitter. We're still going to listen to the interview, but there is also some stuff I want to show you with, like, for example, we're going to listen while we watch this video of these cars driving in and out. This is 6 minutes from Fox Nashville for the crews responding to the bodies found in the river for the Riley Strain case. Different than Sebastian. It has nothing to do with Sebastian, but so that you guys can see what stuff is going on, we're going to look at that at the same time.
Beautiful. Now, am I saying everything's sunshine and rainbows? No, it's not.
Right.
But it ain't high tides and tsunamis either.
So if you and his mom ever argued, and that's in every marriage, like, would Sebastian ever jump between y'all?
Like physically?
Yeah.
No.
We don't fight and yell and scream or any of that like violent type stuff. We tend to take it behind closed door in our bedroom and have a conversation because the children should never be exposed to that. That's between us, not them.
And first off, like this, I'm going to make this real clear, crystal clear. I was always raised, you never strike a woman. And
But
I have taught that to Sebastian. You will never strike a woman, period.
And I'm not accusing you of so, but again, Seth has said that Katie, and again, I'm sorry, Katie, that again, there was a time, and this is a long, people can change, but again, it's been said that Katie has struck Seth, and that, again, that's a long time. I wasn't there, so
no.
And I wasn't there either for the record. So,
so maybe Katie should answer this.
Yeah, no, that, oh Lord, no, that is a whole nother thing that happened back then.
Yeah. Well, that's what brought me to my question. So I was just wondering if, Sebastian stepped in. And then I had heard at another place where Seth had said Sebastian would step in. And I didn't even know if he was talking about that or not, because I heard about that separate, that Sebastian would step in and say, don't do this to my dad or whatever. And he could be talking about something totally different. But, again, I have to think all kinds of things in my head. So did Sebastian have tantrums at all? And this is
yeah. I mean, he's a kid. I mean, it's even when I came in the picture, I mean, his tantrums were pretty bad. I mean, to the point, I mean, I'm not dragging Seth, his mom, his sister, my wife. I'm not dragging people through the mud. So what is in the past is the past, and that really needs to die. And I'm saying that for everybody to hear, to include all parties involved with this situation. The past is a past; it needs to die. Let it be. But at the same time,
they keep saying who's Rachel. So you want to answer that before you tell them to
yes,
pass
yes.
on?
Okay, so I got no problem. Rachel is my third.
Yeah, I didn't know about Rachel. So
No. So here, I'll make this easy for you. So I've been married 5 times. I'm on my 5th wife, and she's going to say you're final. So let me make that clear. She's probably going to yell at me later that I didn't say final. But I've been married 5 times. Okay, first time her name was Vanessa. Second time her name was Stephanie. Third time her name is Rachel. Fourth time her name is Nina. And I'll gladly answer any questions in any of my marriage. Out of the 4 ex-wives, 3 of them to this day, I can actually pick up the phone, call, and we can have conversations. That's how good it is.
Okay.
My 4th ex-wife, which is the one I have with my daughter, sometimes we can have cordial conversations, sometimes we cannot. I will make that possible. Like, I'll leave that there. That's why we go to court.
They keep saying something about the story of Rachel. What is the story of Rachel?
The story of Rachel.
Maybe how y'all met, and maybe how long did y'all? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing about Rachel because I haven't dug in that deep into anything. I don't know. Like, how long was y'all married? Maybe, and how was your relationship? Do y'all have any kids? I don't know.
No. I have one biological child in this world. One. That was my 4th wife.
Okay.
The story with Rachel's real simple. We met. We were all friends. We shared an apartment together. That was a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. And somehow or another, we wound up starting a relationship. Like, things just happened. I mean, whatever. So we got married. And Rachel took a job where she was working down in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, as a civilian. And while she was down in Guantanamo Bay, I guess promiscuity got the best of her, and she.
So it has been confirmed now that the body found is Riley Strain's, confirmed by Metro PD. A media briefing will be held at 9:45, so that's just a few minutes from now. It has been officially confirmed, though, that it is, in fact, Riley. So we are going to be looking for that media briefing to come up here, and we will be playing that. I'm just going to pause this interview for a few minutes until we take care of business here with Riley. Absolutely devastating. My heart just breaks for his family. His mom has just been so driven to locate him. I'm just so happy that they have the answers that they are looking for now. So that they know what's going on. Yes. Thank you so much, Avery, for coming in to let us know that it has been officially confirmed that it is Riley. Yes, it is on Metro or on X, on Twitter. It's on Twitter. So this here says breaking, the body of Riley Strain was recovered from Cumberland River in West Nashville this morning at approximately 8 miles from downtown. No foul play related trauma was observed. Media briefing held at 9:45 a.m. which I am looking for the media briefing link to pop up somewhere. Breaking, the body has been found. West Nashville amid the search for the missing University of Missouri student Riley Strain, the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department confirmed, CBS News. So just waiting for the news media themselves to pop up with the press link. Yeah, so sad. I know. Heartbreaking for her, for his mom. I can't. I'm so thankful, though, that they have answers. Yeah, you reckon he fell into the river and was just too intoxicated to help himself? So sad. He seemed like the loveliest young man. Just waiting for the link to pop up. And as soon as it does, here we go. Ad first, and then we will watch the update.
Metro Nashville Police to give us an update on what's happening now and what happens next. It doesn't sound like their investigation includes anything regarding foul play, but of course they're waiting on an autopsy to confirm all of that information. Downtown Nashville, and specifically the water, has been the focal point of their search and their investigation. And we know it's because that's where his phone last pinged from, 9:53, 2 weeks ago Friday, after he had been kicked out of a bar after he had been shown on camera stumbling through parts of downtown Nashville and even having what seemed to be a very brief yet normal interaction with the Metro Police
Yes,
officer.
he said hello. He said hello back, and they both went about their business. Again, the story that we've been following very closely, video there of just showing Riley downtown that night that he went missing 2 weeks ago. Today and throughout this series of videos we've been showcasing you throughout the last few weeks, you see that timeline of what led up. Ultimately, we're going to find out some more details here, hopefully in the next few minutes, from Metro Nashville Police as they're working at that investigation.
We saw a swift response so far this morning. So from the time that the report came in to crews showing up at that original location in the Nations at 61st Avenue North to begin responding to that report of a body in the water, to the point that they made their way to the second location to actually be able to get into the water to reach the barge where the body was found. I mean, all of that happened fairly quickly this morning. So I think it's safe to say a pretty swift response as authorities made their way down to the river. The initial obstacle, it sounds like, was that at that first location, it was just too steep of an embankment to be able to get into the water from the Nations. And that's why they had to circle back to the TSU area at Temple Boulevard to try to find a launch point for their boat so that they could get into the water and begin the recovery process.
Well, even last night they were doing some searching, some nighttime searching for him, and they visited the Cheatham County Dam the day before that. Again, people coming from out of state to find this young man. A lot of people have been looking for him.
I don't think it was EquiSearch out there searching, but I know that the Cajun Navy was out there searching. I'm not sure if EquiSearch also got involved. I hadn't seen that. Just that the Cajun Navy was there. Right? They might have only served one drink personally, but he may have consumed a lot more. I think so. It is. It's such an unfortunate accident. At this point, that's what we know it to be. An accident. We don't know if there was anybody else involved or if he just fell somehow. We don't know the answers to that. So we're just waiting for this press conference to start.
I think we just got an update that our Jordan James is live now from one of those scenes that police have been searching. Jordan, what have you learned?
Good morning, Alexandra. Well, right now we're standing by trying to get an update from Metro Police about the body of Riley. Didn't come home. I know his parents were holding out hope for several days that they would be able to take him back to Missouri, but unfortunately that has not happened. But again, we're just standing by waiting for an update.
All right, Jordan, thanks. Let's talk about, if you're just joining us, what's going on right now. So we're on top of breaking news. The body of Riley Strain has been found this morning in the Cumberland River, and the authorities are saying they do not believe foul play is involved based on the trauma that they're seeing, that an autopsy is pending to determine exactly what happened. But another piece of the story we have not yet talked about is this TABC investigation that's now underway. So we know that Riley Strain had gotten kicked out of a bar. He was seen kind of stumbling around downtown, and then automatically the TABC said, you know what, we're going to look into where he had been served alcohol that night. Apparently the bar is saying he was served one drink there, had two waters. So now that investigation by the TAB has expanded to look at where else he had been that night. And they're trying to answer the question of whether or not he had been overserved.
Right, and we do know that he was here visiting Nashville with a group of his fraternity brothers from Mizzou at the time, a senior at that college. Again, the latest update is that his body has now been found 2 weeks since the day that he went missing. Video there leading to some of what we have been seeing throughout this timeline of trying to find him. And now we're hopefully going to get those updates here from Metro Police. Again, no foul play suspected as of this point.
Yeah, I think that they are getting ready. If we can just take a live look back at the scene there, getting ready to begin this news conference. So we are noticing some activity in that area as we get ready to bring that to you live, hoping for more information from authorities this morning about who reported the discovery of that body, what obstacles they faced in that recovery effort, and how the family is doing this morning. I mean, this has been such a gut-wrenching process for them. They're not from here. They're from out of town. They don't know the area. They don't have a support system here until so many people really came to help.
The story making national
Yeah,
headlines. I mean, you really couldn't have missed it. But hearing, his mother throughout this has been, again, that gut-wrenching sound that we've been listening to.
She said, this is my best friend. I just want him to come home. They had been texting that evening before his disappearance. And
I was muted that whole time. I was just saying, like, it's just so heartbreaking for his family because you can tell they genuinely love and care about him. And it's just devastating that this horrible, horrific accident or whatever happened, this event that led to him being deceased. It's just heartbreaking. Just waiting for the press conference to come. I don't want to just sit here and play the news, fair use wise and things like that. Yeah, to be fair, we used to pregame before going out. They possibly did too. Drinks are expensive. I agree. We used to do very similar things back in my days. So we're just waiting for them to actually start the press conference. Everybody's still getting up, still getting their mics and everything set up. There is still, it looks like, a family press conference. It's going to take place at 1 p.m. I don't know if that was planned before they found Riley. It will be interesting to see if he has a shirt on. I agree. Here we go.
I am in channel 2.
No, we're going to have to sound boost. Hold on. I knew that was coming. Let me do this way. Ah.
Okay, we'll give everybody a chance to get set up and mic's in good shape and the mic tested and everything.
again, if you're just joining us, that is Don Aaron and Chief Drake standing behind him from the Metro Nashville Police Department after discovering the body of Riley Strain in the Cumberland River.
Okay, I'm going to look to from my left around to the right. Everybody give me a thumbs up if you're ready.
And we're just getting in the process of get ready here for this news conference. They've just arrived on scene to give us the latest on this recovery.
This morning we have a unfortunate update for you on the Riley Strain search. Chief John Drake, Metropolitan Nashville Police Department, will be speaking with you. Chief Drake.
Thank you, Don. Good morning, everyone. This morning around 7:28 a.m., we received a call from a worker on 61st Avenue at a company that adjoins the Cumberland River that had been searching for anything that would pop up on the river, and especially looking for Riley Strain that would surface here. As they were removing objects from the river, they noticed what appeared to be Riley Strain pop up. The fire department was called in, retrieved the body from the river. The medical examiner's office reviewed the body, and we've confirmed that it is Riley Strain. The family has been contacted. There are no signs of foul play at this time, according to the examination here at the riverbank. Mr. Strain still had the shirt on that he was wearing, still had the watch, and other identifying factors that helped us identify who he is. I want to say to the family, my heart and prayers go out to you all for this very unfortunate and tragic incident. I also want to say thank you to the Nashville community and the Outpoint community of the Outpoint support from the community in trying to help us locate Mr. Strain. I also want to say thank you to our USAR team and and to the fire department and OEM and TWRA and everyone else, and including the media, for everything that you've done, for the countless tips that came in. We received nearly 200 tips as of yesterday that we were vetting out. So at this time, the family's been notified. There will be an autopsy more than likely sometime today, and we'll have a little bit further from that point. So thank you.
Chief, can you tell us, is there any other additional evidence that points you to the theory that it seems like you've been going after for a while now? It's just that he fell into the river, accidentally?
Yeah, there's no other evidence that suggests anything other than we have reports that normally under these circumstances with his height and weight, that he could have surfaced between 14 and 20 days. This is the 14th day, so we were really expecting anytime soon to find him. In fact, our search teams was going to put in the water here this morning and then search from this point further down. So we were in the right spot. It's just unfortunate, but there's nothing to suggest anything other than any foul play at all.
You said that these were crews that were actually looking for him that found him?
Yes, that's so the workers typically on the river, whether it's barge companies, concrete companies, other businesses that actually are on the river, and they look routinely. It's happened countless times before. And as they moved, I believe, a barge, and don't quote me on that, they removed something from the river, and as they moved it, they noticed Mr. Strain, so and called it in.
Typically work on the water. They weren't necessarily search crews.
Right, yeah.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Conference from Chief Drake on the scene there at Ed Teppa Boulevard, where the body of Riley Strain, the college student who has been missing for 2 weeks now, was discovered this morning. And it sounds like the biggest takeaway is that they believe at this point he likely fell into the water. That's the operational theory at this point after pulling the body and not finding any signs of foul play.
And workers around that area, near that area of the river, routinely, what Chief Drake says, they typically look for things like this, and they happened to find Riley just hours ago, around 7:30 this morning. And what I found very interesting, Amanda, was they said that given his height and weight, typically this would have been the first day that they would have located someone of his stature.
They had been anticipating that if he indeed fell into the water, this would have been the day, or in the coming next days, that they would have found him based on those factors. In fact, they were so confident in that they had already planned to have boats in the water today doing a search in that particular area. So they were aware that this was an important day, and they were planning their search efforts all around that. They said that they have contacted the family, which, gosh, you think about what an emotional phone call that had to have been. This is a family that has been here since day one of his disappearance.
Yeah, last year at St. Patty's Day, we also covered a case, Seamus Gray. We've talked about that before, where Seamus Gray had also gone to these types of events or whatever for St. Patty's Day. And he, same thing, close with his mom. His mom was down there searching for him every single day, and they ended up finding him in the water. Just heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking for these families. Pull this back up for you guys. Oh man. See, and I'm hoping we don't have that type of end for Sebastian's case. I'm hoping that they are able to find him. Put up my own video instead of this one. Yeah, this is a tourist area, and safety for the tourists is a must. I agree, Chandra. They should have bigger fences. They should have something around the area. To me, the fact that they're saying that there's no evidence of foul play, I'm wondering, is he completely intact then? He has his wallet, he has his shirt, all those types of things, that there's no evidence of foul play. They're not thinking anything of it. Which means that the shirt that was seen on the homeless guy, that whole interview with the Pascal show doesn't play into this then? Yeah, you've been thinking about him and his mom the whole time. No apparent foul play. So that tells me he was clothed, in my opinion. I'm sure we'll hear more about it on the next press conference. Like I said, the family did have one planned for 1 PM. I'm not sure if it will actually be his family out speaking or um, if it will be the Cajun Navy coming out and talking for them. Yeah, they said that he had a shirt and watch. That's how they identified him. Okay, so there you go. So that interview with Pascal, that lady might have seen something, but it apparently was not Riley. Riley's shirt. Very interesting. Yeah. So he still had out his stuff. Very, very interesting. Yeah, you have a gut feeling Sebastian is alive. I'm right there with you, Angela. Yeah, so very sad. Struggle is real. So very sad for his family. They need all of the prayers. Yeah, his shirt was found. Chief Jake said he was found in the shirt during this. Yes. Saw via video. There you go. He was found in his shirt. Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking, but I'm glad that there was nobody else involved. Still had his shirt on, watch, and had his phone. Yeah, they had even put out more video last night. I seen that. It's totally down to the way he hit his head. He smashed his head good off of that pole, like hard. You think that was the final straw. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. Definitely don't want this outcome in any of the cases that we cover. It's just heartbreaking whenever it happens for these families. You're glad the family has the answers. Yeah, I bet his fraternity brothers feel bad. I hope his mom takes time before talking. I'm betting that it will mostly be the Cajun Navy that speaks on it. That's my guess. That's my guess. All right, I am going to go back to this interview on Smiley's World because we do still have a lot to watch. I know I feel sick in my stomach for his mama. Until that next press conference, we do still have 3 hours, I think, until that next press conference is called. And so whenever the next press conference for Riley comes up, we will watch it, and we will discuss it. But until then, we have all the news that there is going to be. You've seen what the police came out and stated. Um, like I said, that means that the information that was given about his shirt being taken and the homeless guy and all of that stuff, likely was not him, because he had his shirt, his watch, and his phone all on him. Oh, the interview. Yeah. Apparently, they wouldn't let him leave with him. It's been debated back and forth. The friends are saying that they wouldn't let them leave with him, but the bar itself came out and made a statement saying that no one was stopped from leaving. For some reason, you don't hear audio on live. Like right now, you're not hearing audio, click and go. I haven't hit play yet on this. Yeah, there will be an autopsy. Your gut knew it wasn't good for Riley, but I really hoped I was wrong. It's so sad. It's crazy because after you watch like case after case after case after case after case, and you become a viewer of all of these horrific tragedies, it really does give you almost like this sixth sense just based off of your previous experiences, or at least for me, where you can look at cases and think like what happened and get like this opinion that forms based off of what happened. You had to start the video. Yes, that does help. Click and go. Why would they stop someone from leaving a public place? The bar is saying that they did not. The bar is saying that they did not. The friends are saying that they had to go pay their tab first. The bar is saying that that's not the case. I know. Heartbroken for his family. Such a life he had ahead of him. Yeah, it does for me too. You wonder why his bank card was separated from him. I honestly believe that he probably could have had it in his shirt pocket, and maybe it fell out when he fell in. It's possible. Or maybe he leaned over the railing and it fell out of his shirt pocket at that point. Or it was in his back pocket, and whenever he sat down on the railing, it could have fallen out. Maybe he could have fallen into the water even trying to get down to his debit card if he realized it was gone. They should show the bar video to prove that he just had one drink. Yeah. Well, they're saying 1 alcoholic drink and 2 waters. You watch some of those live phone-in type YouTube channels, the amount of trolls and attention seekers among the wild conspiracy theories, it's not good. You had to unfollow. You know what, though? It does bring a lot of insight to a lot of these cases. For example, these interviews happen because of these channels opening up their phone lines a lot of times for interviews to take place. And so that does make a huge difference in a lot of these cases. We have interviews and insight a lot of times that we would never have in a million years if it wasn't for channels like Pascal, Gray Hughes, Ick and Mel opening up their phone lines. But like you said, there is always that chance that it's just Joe Schmo trying to troll things, calling in because they want to have their 10 minutes of attention and want to look important and things like that. I don't even think that that's necessarily what happened in this case, though. That woman, she was on the news. She seemed very, very sure of what she's seen. I just think that honestly, it was a case of mistaken information. For example, that she's seen a shirt very similar to Riley's shirt, but that it obviously was not actually Riley's shirt. It's just a popular style of shirt, maybe. Or somebody just so happened to have a shirt similar to that on that was seen, basically. True, Chicken Lady, he may have only bought 1 drink, but it's possible somebody else could have been buying drinks for him. Hopefully they could have checked that, though. Absolutely. Oh, I'm sure of it too, Roberta. I'm sure the police have watched the bar videos. Other people can hand you drinks inside of the bar. Yeah. That's what you thought too. In my city, there's nothing next to the river. The water is right up to the sidewalk. You could walk in. You always worry about kids right down. We followed a case one time. Oh gosh, what was his name? There was a 3-year-old. And this is what I mean whenever I say that Sebastian's parents or mom and stepdad keep trying to make him sound like a 3-year-old. But we followed a case one time. It was a 3-year-old, and they were right next to the river. There was a trailer park that they lived in, and it was literally butted right up against the river. We're talking maybe 20 feet total between them and the river, and this poor baby left his house. The mom had some type of fencing on her front porch to try to keep him in, but unfortunately he had gotten past the fencing and off of the porch, and unfortunately he ended up in the water. And because there's nothing along the edge of the riverbank to keep children or anyone from falling in, and absolutely freaking devastating. Because it happens way too often. Way too often that babies fall into the water. And obviously drunk teens or adults could also fall in. We've seen that several times as well. Trying to look for, I know who I'm thinking of. I just can't think. I can picture the face, but I can't picture the name for some reason. Delano Burks was another one that we covered. This one was so shady looking, this case, because of all of the circumstances surrounding his life and everything surrounding him. It was the same type of thing. He was found deceased. His friends had left him. Friends used loosely. Had left him outside of the bar, and he was seen running and all the things. He eventually was found in the water. He was an adult. It happens way too often. Obviously, I mentioned Seamus Gray earlier, also missing in Nashville last year at St. Patty's Day, fell into the water. So, I don't know. Crazy. Yeah, it's way too often. The mom kept calling saying he was abused by a man kept calling saying he was abused by Stephen Stearns as a child in a ring. The guy was 31. He had so many eating out of the palm of his hands. It was disturbing to me, taking away from Maddie. Wow. That's crazy. Wow. The lake is the same way in Austin. Like 12 bodies in the past 2 years. There should be some fences or some sort of blockade. Build a wall. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. I don't know. Heartbreaking case. I am going to go ahead and start this interview back up, though. We are only 54 minutes in. We still have 2 hours to go. It's a long time. But again, this is Smileys Story World. If you want to watch it all together without my interruptions, without my input, without all of my dumb crap that I say, please go over, check out her channel and watch it there. We we did share the link yesterday so that you guys could go watch it in advance again without my commentary and interruptions every couple minutes. But here we go.
We ended that relationship. She went back to Cuba. I packed up the house. I put all her stuff in a storage unit. Gave one of her friends that lived in the area the key. Told her the combo. Set up the payment plan for her. Everything like that. As far as I know, she lives. I think it's in New Orleans now. And I think she just had a second child, so she's got a little boy and I think a little girl now.
Were you part of any of the stepchildren's lives there in your other marriages?
Yes, my fourth wife, Nina. She has 2 children. Those children's names, don't even ask them. I'm not telling you because
No,
I don't want people digging into that. They don't need to be. Those kids are not being dragged.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very much involved during the marriage. Well, her and I were together with the kids' lives. It was a rough marriage. I mean, from the word go, Nina and I both knew we probably should have never got married, but we did. But I mean, still to this day, like I said, when things are good, I don't have a problem talking with the other 2 kids at all. Occasionally I see them in FaceTime videos when I'm talking with my daughter.
Yeah.
But it's not. They're good kids. They really are.
So did Sebastian have any friends that he ever brought over to the house, like that y'all allowed, like, and it could be like I heard Katie say somewhere too, maybe it was in one of the Facebook groups, but it was in writing. I didn't really hear her say it, but she wrote it down that she had maybe it was in an interview. I don't know. Like he had other friends, or you had other friends, Katie, with children like him that had autism. So did you ever have play dates, I guess is the right word, where you tried to get him together with other children like that, or maybe that was invited over to your house? Or can you give me a day, like what it was like for him around other children? Somebody outside the family.
So Sebastian struggles with maintaining friendships with a lot of the children his age because even with the children that are similar, they tend to have different interests. Sebastian gets very like single mind track. Like if he's wanting to talk about like Minecraft, and he wants you to be 100% all about the Minecraft. And so a lot of times, like other children will be like, yeah, that's cool, but I want to do this, and he'll be, so they wind up getting frustrated with each other, and that's where a lot of his like struggles making friends come into play, is because personal space is also another part of it, where he disregards like what we call the personal bubble, just because he just doesn't have that awareness. Like he'll just be right here in your face. But he's capable of getting along with other kids. I mean, and he does, but typically for shorter periods of time. At school, he does pretty well with a lot of the kids, but even that, they have to take breaks, because not him, but not just him, but even the other kids, they each have their unique interests and their unique ways of thinking and doing things, and so they get to each other and they have fun, and then something will happen and one or both will get frustrated, and so they got to time out and whatnot. We have met some kids, especially like, because I like to take them out and go do things, especially in like public settings like the festivals and bowling and stuff like that, to get them out and get them, it gives an opportunity to interact and work on those like kind of social skills and meeting people and being appropriate when meeting people, responding, with appropriate emotions and stances, like if someone's being polite and says hello to you, to match that energy and not come at a different energy, and we have like a scale that we work on, like, what is the problem that's frustrating you? Is it like a 0, 1, 2, 3? And then, okay, well, what's your response to that, type thing. So, yes, he does interact with other children and people, but he struggles to form those like stronger bonds with people.
Was he starting to notice girls yet?
I think so, although he's in denial. He doesn't want to tell mama that he likes girls.
Yeah. Were y'all a part of a church or anything like that?
Yes. So we attend. So hold on.
We attend
yes,
church.
we do attend church. Now, are we tied to one particular church more so than others? Probably not. But if we go, we tend to frequent the one called Freedom Church. It's up in Gallatin, Tennessee.
Did Sebastian like that? Did he like to go and?
Yeah, when he was in church. So the kids area. Oh my God.
They've got a phenomenal youth program.
Yeah, I bet he liked to sing and stuff like that, right?
He likes to dance.
Yeah, dance.
I mean, now, granted, what you call dancing, what I call dancing, and what he calls dancing, totally different.
he's definitely got a unique rhythm.
Yeah. Oh.
But he loves to dance.
Yeah. And that makes me think, I mean, just the music he said, he liked Eye of the Tiger and different things. I mean, it just makes me, smile. I want him to find him. I mean, and I know you do too. It's just, we got to ask these questions and we got to look and search. Somebody was saying on the Nancy Grace today. And then, by the way, is there any reason why y'all didn't go on that show today too?
We were not invited.
We didn't know about it until after.
Okay, because that's what I heard. Yes, they said that he did throw tantrums. They did say that. Okay, so.
They put these sidewalks right next to the water with no guard at all. Yeah. He's prompting personal space, manslaughter, defense. The more time socializing with people, the better the child will become in situations. I agree. Bye, Kiki's eyes. I hope you have a good day. I don't know. Hi, Struggle Israel, by the way. I did see you come in. I apologize for not saying hello then. Heartbreaking. Would it be okay if mom speaks at some point? I know. Why won't she let him talk? Or why won't he let her talk? Every time that she starts, he interrupts or he tells things. And meanwhile, he wasn't even there since the beginning of February. That's what kills me. I don't know why we need all of these information, like why they feel that it's necessary to answer the questions about how many wives he's had or his personal life and things like that. Don't get me wrong. I know that a lot of us want to know that information because it does play into what type of life Sebastian was living in, what type of situations he was in. But yeah, first few interviews, he was so well behaved, nothing how they describe him now. Nancy Grace says she was invited, not him. Interesting. People want to hear from her, not from Chris.
There was a guy on there that said, and I'm sure y'all watched it, that said everything needs to be
Have a good day,
relooked at,
Rhonda.
researched, but everything needs to be spread out more areas, you know.
We've been pushing to spread the search because with the amount of people that we've searched with and had search, and all the volunteers and all the law enforcement with the area that they searched for so long, we feel like if he was that close to home, we should have been able to find him. And so we're pushing.
I keep hearing that they've never left their house, though. She keeps saying that about the searches, and they've searched and this search and that search, but they haven't searched. Yeah, Ringo, this guy is a stepdad nightmare, a bio father's worst nightmare. I agree. I agree. Oh my God, Nancy Grace first. Chris Proudfoot would need to be in a boxing ring with a mediator. You ain't kidding. She'd be hair whipping him. She is his mother, not his father. He is not his father. She should be the one speaking the most. He's also not there. It's okay, Rhonda. Thank you so much for being here.
We've been searching out farther than just like within the 5 mile radius, but we've been pushing out, and we've been searching farther away from the house, looking for any signs and posting those signs all the way to the state line and then some, in all directions.
Now, did you like somebody thinks that well, not somebody, people think that y'all have not been doing the flyers. I mean, but y'all have been doing the flyers. Is that correct?
Absolutely, we have.
You absolutely have. Okay.
So let me help some people with some information about things when it comes to searching. Flyers, those signs that people have taken pictures and posted on Facebook that say missing, the yard signs.
Yes.
Those came from us. My mother is a real estate agent. We've got some friends in the business that can help do things, and my mother was able to get the signs for us. So the signs have been distributed between me and Katie and my mother. We've got some really great friends in the family. We got a great community who we have handed signs out to, and they have gone out and placed them. Flyers, we've had, I can't tell you the amount of support that the community has put together as far as helping us with these flyers. We go to make copies of a flyer somewhere, and we ask them, said, look, I just need to know how much it's going to be for this many. And bless everybody that has done this, because a lot of people will only have us pay for 100 of them, but they'll give us 500 of them. Mm-hmm. We've got people in the community that when they hear it, they're like, no, we're paying for that, not y'all, we are. I'm like, no, I appreciate it. I really do. If anything, we'd like to give you some, you can pass them out, whatever. So it's been out there. There's billboards across this entire state. I can tell you personally, from Memphis, Tennessee, all the way to Nashville, going down 40, between 240 and I-40, there's at least 7 billboards that were out there posting Sebastian. There was some in Rivergate.
But see, all those billboards weren't done by them. Like, I understand, like, it's great that the billboards are out there, but it's not like he's trying to make it sound like they went out and they passed out all these flyers and they put all these signs up and they did all these things, but it's other people helping them take care of it. And don't get me wrong, there's other stuff that they may be needing to do. But we're not watching Sebastian be the priority, is my point, I guess. Why point out his dancing is different than what others call dancing? It's almost criticizing. Every step of the way, Chandra. Every step of the way. Your ex-sister-in-law is just like him. Ugh.
Some in Madison, there's some out toward Knoxville. I mean, the reach that we have gotten put out there, we've gotten a company that will have in Spanish and in French.
Oh, that
the flyers are being pushed all the way up into Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're reaching out. We've got great family and friends and blessed people out there. Like I said, if we've never met you, and I am sorry, I wish we could. I wish we could shake everybody's hand and give everybody a hug, regardless of how you feel or what you think. But the fact that you keep his name in the public view alone, we can't thank you enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tell everybody every day, look, I don't care who does it. If I see it, you might see on my community page, everybody's shared 100 billion times. I just want his name and face out there too. And it's a lot. I seriously I have a lot of passion for these cases, the ones that I choose to do. I really do. I'm not big. I grew up, I was born and raised right there in Nashville. I have family right down from y'all. And I have a teacher over at Beach High School, and it means a lot to me, this case right here, and it touches my heart for so many different reasons. And it makes me want to cry right now. It does. You have a beautiful son and a handsome son, a stepson, son, whatever you want to call it, Katie. And, it breaks my heart. It does. I can't tell you. I'm nobody special. I just get on here and I know how to use my mouth, and I think outside the box, and I will keep his name and everything out.
Well, if you don't mind me, so I don't know how to say this any other way, and please forgive me because it's going to sound
Say it.
it's going to sound very jerkish, but I don't want softball questions. People wanted to ask me the hard questions. By God, let's get these hard questions out. Sorry, but I just.
Well, let me start. Okay, have you ever had CPS called on you before?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't have to go into it elaborate or anything like that. That was the question that I had. And that happens, sometimes, especially when you have a child who is, has special needs and stuff. That's hard.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I've had CPS called on me in 2 states.
Okay, wait, you said about how fast she talks. This is at 1.5 speed. So she's not actually talking that fast. This, I can turn it down so you can hear her actual rate of speed if she ever gets to talk again. But I do have it up on 1.5, and just because this is a 3-hour interview, so we were trying to get through it in less than 3 hours, because there are other stuff. Yeah, narcissists hate criticism, just saying. They also hate being told what to do. They've gone to no vigils for him. They have yelled at the media outside of their house, things like that. Yeah. CPS was called. Yep. CPS was called. At this point, everyone's probably thinking Sebastian packed his bags and got out of there. Chris is insufferable to listen to. Imagine him acting like your parent. The thing is, though, Chris was hardly ever there. But they took everything that Sebastian cared about and loved away from him all the time. They made him absolutely miserable every day. He had nothing. Yeah, CPS was called in 2 states on him, Ringo. That's what he said. I've never seen someone so proud to have CPS at cases in not 1 but 2 states. Yep. Let's just brag about it. I don't feel like these parents did anything to Sebastian. I don't either. I think that Sebastian left. I think that my opinion is that he left, possibly ran away, and that he was likely speaking to someone online or via a gaming platform that they didn't realize, and that he was told to leave that night. My other thought is, if he left, it also could have been because mom may have locked him out that night after some type of argument or disagreement, because she likes to focus on how his temper tantrums are and how he gets violent whenever he's angry and things like that. So I think it's also possible that he could have been locked outside and then left.
Mm-hmm.
New Mexico and Tennessee.
And did that include with Sebastian?
Tennessee was Sebastian, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And in fact, Sebastian here, like I said, I got nothing to hide. So Sebastian went to school one day because we were at the house. He got in trouble. He didn't have a belt on. I was like, "Where's your belt?" And got it. Whack. Kind of got him. So he goes to school and he tells the teacher. They're mandatory reporters. So the teacher reports it.
Mm-hmm.
That afternoon, CPS shows up to the house while we're actually sitting down to eat dinner. Now, mind you, 15-year-old child, he's not real happy because he's in trouble, so he's being punished. So he shows, he makes a report. They come to the house, and the lady who comes to the house is the same lady we've had. She's had a case before. Now, the case that was before was something that didn't even happen, and it's like 3 stories that was shoved into one. And when they finally got it debunked, they were like, "Oh, he got so mixed up in telling one story, it mixed into 3, and it caused a commotion." Well, they canceled that out. So the one on me, she shows up And I said, "Hey, how you doing?" It's her again. She's like, "Oh, hey." She's, "Hey, I already don't." She's like, "Don't tell me anything, but I'm gonna tell you what I know happened." And I said, "Okay." She goes, "Blue, blue, blue." She told me exactly what happened. I said, "Yes, ma'am." She goes, "Oh my God." I said, "Yes, ma'am. This is how it's been." Sebastian thought by
Sorry, to clarify, Angela, no. I said I said yesterday, and actually Peter Hyatt said the same thing, that what if mom locked him outside? What if that's the piece of the story that's missing? Whenever she immediately is like, he's not here. Right. Yeah, this mom let him hit her son with a belt. Yes. Because he didn't have a belt. What kind of thing is that? He shouldn't be hitting a 15-year-old with a belt. He shouldn't be hitting a child with a belt ever, no matter what age they are. With a belt? Oh, come on. He got in trouble for not having a belt, so he got hit with a belt. You see, 3 separate stories would cause even more red flags for me, right? I don't think any of the 3 parents did anything. Possibly that was a flashlight keychain. I think he had his key. Yeah, I agree, Kiko. However, we don't know. We don't know what we don't know. Still no indication whether there's foul play or not.
telling on me, making it sound like I was so horrible.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out just a
This is
minute.
not the 80s and 90s, 70s anymore, guys. You cannot beat a child with a belt.
You cut
We just
out.
make
I
it
can.
clear.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I know
That I was going to get in trouble over.
a lot of us were raised with physical discipline. A lot of us were raised, getting disciplined with belts, shoes, switches, um, wooden spatulas, I can't even name the amount of brushes that were broke over my hind end by my mom or my grandparent. That's just the way discipline was, but you cannot do that anymore. Yeah, you have to be able to take away things as punishment, but everything in his life all the time, um, I don't know. The amount of things that they described taking away from him, it's just too much. It's like reminds me of making Elijah stand in the corner and say prayers. Like, what did they want Sebastian to do? They took everything all the time. It's weird to compare. Is it weird to anyone else that mom was so distraught and crying and screaming when she found out her 15-year-old wasn't in the house? He's not too. I wouldn't immediately think he's in danger. You don't repeat the pattern, it solves nothing. Well, that's what I was saying, Stark Jerk. That's the only reason that I thought that potentially she's never going to talk. I'm going to put it back up to 1.5 speed. That's the only reason that I thought potentially that maybe she could have locked him outside or had some type of reason that she was so upset instantly. Yeah, I would hate to see what it would happen if he were to actually act out. That's all I can think about now. Physical discipline does nothing but worsen the situation with an autistic children. You can not do that anymore anyway, but the belt absolutely made the situation worse. Can't do that with autism. You can do, yeah, I agree, Aries.
Something stupid. And I was like, "No, Sebastian, you got punished, man. You got punished." And he was like, "But," and I was like, "You got punished." And the lady took him outside. She goes, "Sebastian, just because you get in trouble and you get punished, you need to understand when you go and you say things about people and you lie, you fabricate things and you make it sound worse than what it is, sir, you can get in trouble for that." So that happened. And the lady was like, "I am so sorry." And I said, "No, he's just a child. He's upset. It is what it is. I'm okay with it."
Put a 1 in the chat if you think there is a possibility that CPS took a a child who alleged abuse, took them outside, called them a liar, and told them that he could get in trouble for that, and then went inside and apologized to the parent that they thought was abusing the child. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that happened. Put a 9 if you think he's full of crap. Just because I like to pick random numbers. 1 if you think that CPS accused a child of lying and apologized to the abusive parent. 9 if you think that Chris is wackadoo.
You know, he sat that back down at the dinner table and was like, see, eat your food. And we went back and everything's been fine.
Yeah. That girl wants to know what was he wearing when they went to dinner. Maybe he returned, if it was his favorite place, I guess, to the restaurant. Katie, you remember?
We may have lost her.
Oh, oh no, yeah, she's been going in and out. Okay, we'll say that. I'll just leave that there so I don't forget or whatever. Was there a life insurance policy on him? I know people's been wanting to ask that. I'll just get that out of the way. Not that that's any of our business, but I guess if it has to do with him missing, that's why they want to know. It's just a simple yes or no.
I'm
We don't have to go into
I'm going to go
whatever.
slow here because I know that Mom actually gets to talk for a second.
And that could be for if you know whether he's got it from his real dad, you, or you know, anybody. I'm just saying, does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
Okay, that's good enough. Now, oh, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. It'd be for if you know whether he's got it from his real
I'm
dad,
rewinding
you,
that
or
for a second.
you know, anybody. I'm just.
Yeah, I don't know if Bio Dad knew how severe things were. Or maybe he did, and maybe that's why Sebastian was going to live with him. I don't think it ever happened. Pretty much, so nobody in the chat sided with Chris, saying that they think that there's a remote possibility that CPS apologized to him. First of all, Sebastian didn't lie. You just admitted on a live stream, sir, that you did strike him with a belt. So how is that a lie?
Just saying. Does anybody know if there's one floating around out there anywhere?
His father has one on him.
This is Mom at regular speed. Okay.
Okay. That's good enough. Now, oh, Chris just dropped off again. Let me see if I can put this back in here. Sorry. And he may be back too. Let's see. Paste. I'm sorry, I have to do it like this.
Y'all, for clarification, no, I did not allow him to beat my son with a belt. He did not beat my son with a belt.
He just said that he hit your son with a belt 2 seconds ago. She seems exhausted. She probably is. Not only is she worried about the fact that her son is missing, but she's worried about continuously appeasing this guy who has these narcissistic tendencies. Right? She has probably been walking on eggshells since they got together. I imagine she is probably fantastic at walking on her tippy toes at this point. There's a reason a guy has been divorced 4 times before you met him. I'm just saying. It's not always crazy ex-lovers whenever you get to that many.
Okay. Josh wants to call in real fast. Let's see.
Just
Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Just call.
Red flags. I need to make like a better red flag. No, she's not worried. She knows what happened. See, there's some of you guys who are really truly believe that Katie could have done something to him. And I know that that's a thing, right?
Okay.
If you guys want to listen to
Josh wants to call in real fast. He's been wanting to ask y'all questions.
If anybody wants to listen to this without my rambling and talking and things like that, here is Smileys World link if you would like to watch it without my input.
Question, and I guess he can't get me to see it or something, so I just told him to call real fast, if that's okay. He texts me, and I just happen to see it, if that's okay. And nobody take this. I'm trying to get this link back out. So Chris, what kind of stuff? Oh no, oh, he's done. He's probably going crazy. I put the wrong phone number in there. Anyway, oh, there he is. Oh, there he is. He's like, he's going to come up here just a second. Josh, sorry, I put the wrong phone. I put the wrong number in there.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, I put the wrong number in there. So
okay, is Chris still here?
Can you drop the link again?
He fell down, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. When I was talking to Chris earlier, and him and I were messaging, and I asked him about DCS, and he said the only case that DCS has open is because Sebastian ran away.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Hey, Chris, Josh was going to
Yes,
call
ma'am.
me. I accidentally punched a 3 instead of a 2 or whatever. He jumped up here on panel. And, he wanted to ask me something, actually. Sorry.
Fire away, man.
Well, so you and I we had messaged earlier on Facebook, and I'd asked you about DCS, and you said that there were no other interactions with CPS or DCS except for Sebastian going missing, which I then told you, but that's not mandatory necessarily unless CPS was already involved. So
Now,
you're not really being honest.
Wait a minute. You asked me, because I'll read the messages to everybody in God country. You asked me if there was an active CPS case on Sebastian. That's what you asked. And I told you, yes, there was, because the sheriff's department told us that they had to report it because he was missing. That's what you asked. Now, you also started to ask if there was another case, and there was no other case that I know of that's active. That's what you asked.
Why does he get so hostile instantly whenever it's a guy asking questions? Instantly hostile.
Josh?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, like I said, sir, I'm brash. I'm to the point. Be respectful.
Can you hear
and
me?
I will tell you, and I'll be honest, I'm going to tell you the truth. I got nothing to hide.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, he said, okay. Can you hear him, Josh?
I can hear him, yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, well, in the messages that I asked that it was pertaining to Sebastian's school, right? Like you just said. And you said, no, other than him going missing, no CPS cases.
This is Josh from the lab, by the way. Josh from the lab. He will not do an interview with Josh from the lab. Josh from the lab came to him.
I can't hear. Maybe that.
He didn't say anything. Can you hear him, Chris? Can you hear
Hello?
him?
Yeah, okay. I can now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So you didn't ask, you asked about active cases. That's what you asked about. And I answered your question.
You did. You answered my question.
Hello? Hello?
He said you answered his question. I can hear you. Can you hear him, Josh?
Okay. I can't hear him.
Do you guys think that he actually do you guys think he actually couldn't hear, or do you think he was like buying himself time and not answering? Because there has been no issues up until this point, really, with service and stuff like that. Now all of a sudden, whenever there's a guy up there asking him questions, he's instantly like, hello? Hello? Can't hear nothing. Yeah, he thinks he can bully women, but he knows he can't with men. Playing games.
He's asked me, and I can't pull it up because if I pull it up, then we lose contact. But he asked me if there was active DCH, CPS, whatever you want to call it, case with Sebastian. And I said, yes, he's missing. I was told by the sheriff's department that they had to report it. So yes, there's an active case. Is there anything other than that? No, there's not an active case. So my statement that I told you is true.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I get it, the active investigation, but yeah, but you did really, maybe it's just because of text, but you did make it seem like there was no, like that this was the first time that they'd ever been involved at all.
No, I didn't insinuate. Now, understand something. Words on paper are simply words on paper. Whatever emotions you put behind them is directly proportionate to yourself, not me.
Oh, sir, I didn't put any emotion behind it. I'm just
Well,
saying.
but you're trying to insinuate on this show.
No, no.
Yes, you did, sir. Yes, because you just stated that you said that I made it sound like this. No, I didn't. I told you. I gave you a direct statement, gave you your answer, and that right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Then you called into the show and you said, "Yeah, you're lying." No, I'm not lying. So call a spade, but make sure you're right. Now, to be honest with you, it has nothing to do with finding my son.
You don't think that? You don't think? Okay, all right. Well, look, man.
How does CPS have to do with anything finding Sebastian? Because if you're insinuating something,
well, you said they opened up an investigation. You said they opened up an investigation. So you tell me what it has to do with him.
Because what did I tell you? That's what you're not listening. The sheriff's department told us that they are required to report it to DCS, CPS, whatever you want to call them. They are required to report it to them. That answer has yet to change. It hasn't changed any of the slightest.
And okay, so that's okay. I get it. So it's the only open investigation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the next hard one we got? Fire away.
Okay. I'm not arguing.
Like he instantly, like, what are you doing? Fire away. Let's do this. You know, he's just ready to fight as soon as the guy comes on panel. Why? I mean, so I haven't watched the lab's coverage of this case. I'm not sure. I have watched Trev Time. I've been watching that throughout. Sorry, I'm looking for a cough drop. But I have been watching that throughout. And I don't know what type of text messages took place between Josh from the lab and Chris prior to this interview that made him instantly hostile. But for somebody who is just seeing their interactions for the first time, right? Just watching for the first time and seeing them interact in a public space together for the first time, this is like huge red flags. Why did you instantly get hostile? Instead of defending his reputation online to the world, he should be out there looking for his stepson consistently. Agreed. Stop acknowledging all of the crap. At this moment, do we know where the stepfather was when the mother claimed the child went missing? We have heard that he was at work. That has not been confirmed nor denied by law enforcement at this point. You broke up with someone who used to always tell me it was my issue if I felt negatively about their behavior. Like it's my own fault. I'm upset. Nothing to do with their behavior. Wow. Your daughter is dealing with, Rexy. And the worst part about this, so my sister married a Chris Proudfoot. Not him literally. I mean, she's not on his list of wives, but I tried so hard to get her not to marry this guy, but she did, and it's been rough. And you can't tell people. You can't tell people to run. You can't do like you can. I mean, you can say to run, get away from that guy, whatever. Because that's the right thing to do is to speak up and to advocate against the relationship. But unfortunately, the vast majority of people choose to learn on their own how bad these situations can become and things like that. They choose to learn on their own that the person is toxic and things, and that sucks. That sucks. It did end with divorce. He uses the kids as pawns to control my daughter. Ugh. That's so bad. Yeah, Josh did. He triggered his narcissistic rage. Narcs can't help themselves when they are triggered. Right. Absolutely. I am positive that my sisters will also end in divorce at some point. She's just teetering on the edge of it right now. This dog of a stepfather is enjoying all of this attention he's receiving. Do you think he's enjoying like all of it? Probably. Yeah, so did JLR trigger him? I'm sure. Which JLR? Jonathan or Lee? We've decided that there's two of them and that they are twins.
Okay, so I was just wondering, like, Katie, let me ask you this, or anybody can answer. So, like, if y'all were at home alone, like, because Chris works out of town a lot, and I just wonder, like, would Sebastian know what to do if there was a house fire? Like, if it was just you and him, does he know how to handle all that kind of emergency stuff?
We have gone over it with him several times. talked about like what to do in case of an emergency, calling 911, run into a neighbor's house to ask for help, known friendly neighbors, how to get out, if a door is blocked and that type of thing. So yes, he should, assuming that he, is able to think in a, sorry, I'm losing my word, like in a panic, like if there's an emergency happening. But yes, we have safety plans that we've gone over as far as like getting out of the house in case of fire and how to get a hold of someone in an emergency.
Okay. So if there was an emergency, would he run out of the house like that barefoot? Or would he throw on his slippers, do you think, because they're by the front door?
Honestly, it could go either way. I know his dad said that he hasn't seen him go outside without shoes on since he was 2. But I, however, have had a different experience with Sebastian where he does go outside without his shoes on.
She was one of the people who said that he wouldn't go outside without his shoes. Now she's saying in this interview that he would go outside without his shoes.
Been several times where he takes the trash out in his socks, and I'm like, dude, you got to put shoes on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say honestly, it would just depend, I think, on the situation.
Yeah. So you have a padlock? Is that what you said earlier, that you have a padlock on the, like, I forget what they're called, but where you put the code in, a code lock?
Yeah, not a padlock.
I mean, yeah, I didn't mean a padlock. I'm sorry. The code where you put the code in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So would he turn around if he left and actually put that code in? Do you have to put the code in to lock it back?
He locks the door behind himself every time he goes out it.
Okay. All right. I'm just trying to think. Is there anybody like I don't know if y'all have housekeepers or what, like, is there anybody you could think of? And I know I'm sure you gave it to the police that might have had the combination that could come in like while you were asleep that the dogs would not be alerted to or anything like that.
The only people that would have access to my house have all been interviewed.
Okay. Oh man. I don't know.
And not only that, but if somebody had been by the front door, punched in the code, believe it or not, no, it's not super clear, but you would have seen a shadow or figure.
Yeah, that's what I would think.
Based on, something would have been visible because one of the lights is still visible from that Ring camera from across the street.
Yeah.
That has been, like I said, every video, and I've said this through Facebook, everything in the neighborhood. I couldn't talk to you enough positive about my neighborhood because anybody had cameras voluntarily gave up hard drives, flash drives, access to clouds for them. They've let people go in and search their houses multiple times without needing a warrant or a subpoena or anything. They've just openly done it. So, I mean, that's why it's so difficult right now.
Yeah. Now they come out and I know this is part of the investigation, so you may not can answer this, but it was public because we saw them with their own eyes. So they come out about 11 times, count the backyard where they took pictures. Okay. So did they come in and check as well the 11 times, or like, did they do forensics like a luminol or anything like that?
No. No. That I can answer. No, they haven't done that. We actually, Katie and I sat down at our table in our dining room, and that's basically where everything conducts itself. We sat down with them in the dining room, and I asked them flat out, I was like, what about fingerprints?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, can we not take fingerprints? What can we do? Can we check this? Can we check that? And they said no, and they explained why fingerprinting would not necessarily be where they would get a hit, was ridges and things like that compromise the fingerprint.
Yeah.
And then he goes, despite TV and the movies, that stuff you see is not necessarily true. I was like, okay, well, that's cool. I just, they said, think of anything. Well, we were thinking and asked them, how about this? And how about that? What about this? What about that? And we got shot down.
Yeah. So, is there or is there not a couch in front of the back door?
No, there is a couch in front of a door.
In front of a door. Okay. I was just wondering, so can he get out the back? Okay, so he can.
Is there an exit out the back of the house? Yes. That's unobscured from anything? Yes.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, how did you know that he went specifically out the front door? What made you think that?
We presume that he left out the front door. We never know 100%, obviously, but we presume based off of process of elimination, going over it with law enforcement, going over the house, where things are, how things are, Sebastian's routine, and the fact that that's the door that he always uses or prefers to use, because I won't say 100% of the time he does come in with me through another door, but that's the door Sebastian prominently uses. That's the one that if he were going to sneak out of the house or leave the house for whatever reason, that's the most reasonable door that he would have left out of. Any of the others would have made noise or not been.
Or would not have been locked.
Mm-hmm.
So the back door would not lock
from the outside like the front. No, you'd have to have a key.
So I'm not going to describe every door lock in our house.
No, I understand
that's a safety thing.
Yeah, I understand that. Don't do that.
Yeah, but what I can say is there's only 2 doors in the house that he could have gone out, where he could have locked on his own or from the outside. And the one, he wouldn't have gone out because of how much noise it makes.
Yeah.
Everybody would have, plus it would have been seen on camera. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, that it would have been seen on camera. So by suspicion or reasonable elimination of all these doors, it's front door.
Okay. And there's no, and so, and
Right. But he doesn't always come up missing. The alarm company may have a record of alarm functions. Was it set to alarm? Armed, stayed, disarmed? That's what someone should ask. From what I understand, they don't actually have an alarm system at their house, which I think is interesting since she does work for them. But they don't actually have what time of day he left because they don't actually have a system set up on their house. Yeah, Ringo. It's all TP. Like, it's just, it's one of those situations where listening to him and the dynamics between them and things like that, it wouldn't be a far stretch to believe that something nefarious would have happened to Sebastian in the future if he didn't fall in line with how Chris perceives that Sebastian should have fallen in line. But again, we're in a situation where he is telling us that he was at work and that he wasn't around and he has an alibi and things like that. If that's true, then there's nothing to worry about, right? If he was out of town at work, why is he so defensive? Okay, chicken lady, come do some of mine also. That would be extremely helpful. We should have a cleaning day where everybody comes to Sleuth Mom's house and helps clean. It would be fun. No, I'm just kidding. It gives off so many red flags. It's off-putting. It does. Yeah, he said Sebastian knew the code. But you can have those coded door locks that don't necessarily record times that they were accessed, if that makes sense. And you can get them on Temu. You can get coded door locks on Temu that you can set the codes to. Yeah, it could be a door lock push button code too. Exactly. Why would you not have your door chime alarm on your windows and doors, etc.? Right? He works out of town all the time, and they don't have an alarm system. Nothing for her safety. It's crazy. Hi, PJ. Sorry, my voice is like trying to die right now. So I've been trying to space out my talking a little bit more.
there was no windows unlocked or anything like that y'all can tell or could tell. I'm sure they looked at all that.
Yeah, like
Yes,
the screens intact and things like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing exterior of the building of our house has been altered.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's why it was like, oh, not only that, but for him to go out the window, so to speak.
Yes, Jennifer Lawson, we watched the press conference, I want to say about a half hour ago. Let me go to the stream itself. No. If you go back 1 hour and 20 minutes ago, you can find the press conference where they found Riley's body. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long already. Yeah, absolutely devastating. He did have his shirt, his phone, and his watch on. So the police are saying they do not suspect any foul play.
He would have landed in the flower bed and, barefooted. Yeah, we'd have heard something. He'd landed on it, screamed.
Yeah. All right, let me get these people. I know they're itching for some hard questions, and I've been all right. So let's see. I know that girl has been wanting to ask like what he had on. I don't think Katie heard me a while ago, but like when y'all were out to eat Sunday, like what he had on that day, like when he went out to eat. Let's go ahead.
His tennis shoes, jeans, and a black t-shirt with Grogu on the front.
Okay. And so, and then he changed before he went to bed into the black.
The black sweatpants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt.
Okay. And that, I think,
Which was
what-
originally listed on the missing poster as a sweatshirt, and everybody mistaken it for a hoodie. And even Seth said himself that we both were trying to get that corrected because it was because when they said sweatshirt, everybody assumed it meant hoodie, not long sleeve black shirt.
and I, because and I'll have to say, because it did not have stripes on it, it was black sweatpants. It did not say the white stripes on it, so that was a big one for me. That was a huge.
And then another thing, they're not sweatpants. So some of these young cats out there probably don't understand where I'm fixing to go with this, but us older folks, go back and think of the 1980s Adidas pants where you had the white stripes down the side, almost like a tearaway style pants.
Yeah.
That is what the pants were. They weren't sweatpants.
I know what you're talking about. Exactly.
That's why I'm like, older folks will know. These younger kids, I don't know if they'll know or not.
Yeah, I know
I
exactly.
was calling sweatpants, but
Well, there's a difference.
Okay, are you ready? Well, let me get some of their questions, and then I'll ask you a really hard. I think it's a hard question.
Okay.
I might put you on the spot, but
Nah, you're fine.
okay. All right, let's ask theirs first because I don't want you to go, oh, I'm over here.
No. I gave you my word, and I told you I'll stick to my word.
Yeah, can I ask? Then I'll ask you now before I go to theirs before I forget.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
What in the world is this on your arm on day 8? The interview. It's a scratch or a bite mark?
Left arm or right arm?
Oh, I don't know. It's the one where you were in the green shirt. And I think it was the right arm.
So right arm slightly above the elbow. I'm guessing.
I think it was right below, if I'm not mistaken.
So I've got 2 spots on one on my hand, and I got one on closer to my elbow. There are 2 spots. We have little Morkies, and we have one that's very playful. We have one that's not so playful. And I like to roughhouse with my little Morkies, and I put my hand down and they chase it around, and I don't stop and I let them nibble. And I've been dumb enough and I've gotten scratched by the bigger one.
They got their claws clipped and not grinded, so they're rough right now.
Yeah, but I thought you hadn't been home for almost a month, or all month. I thought it looked like a fresh scratch. I'm just saying,
when I'm in a green shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
You were talking about Fox 17.
Okay, Fox 17. I'd already been home. So I got home February 26th. That's tender release because that's when I came home.
Yeah, you're saying it was a new scratch then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was like, no, I came home February 26th. We did the interview, and those were scratches that are fresh.
Okay.
The day I came home, I was actually still wearing my work clothes.
Okay, so y'all, he's saying that is a fresh scratch. So I'll say it now. I have also asked about that picture. So that is a fresh after he got home from his little dogs.
And believe it or not, that is the first time I've heard that question. So thank you.
I've had this issue since the beginning, Brett, because he continues to try to insert it as if he is there for all of it. And we're not hearing from Mom, who was actually the person at the scene. We're hearing from him. And according to him, he hasn't seen Sebastian since the beginning of February. And so why are we hearing all of the details from his mouth over and over and over and over again as if he was there? They have tried since the beginning of this to muddle it, to make it look like Chris was there also. And I don't know the reasoning behind that if he wasn't there. And that's why there are some people who continuously want to think that he's helping hide something for Katie. That's basically the alternative theory, is that he's helping hide something for Katie and that Katie has done something nefarious to Sebastian. Did he ever really make it back home from their day out? I don't know. To my knowledge, there's no camera footage of them going in or out of the house. So it's just, I don't know. There's a lot of questions. And this is one of those cases where I'm not going to sit here and pretend that there's no questions. For Sebastian's sake, because Sebastian is the person missing and is the victim in this case. Normally, we will not parent shame. We don't attack parents and things like that. But the reality of the situation is these individuals are making themselves act like suspects. And with police not being clear, this is a question that we have. They could be involved with his disappearance. That could be the reality of this situation, that they could have had something nefarious to do with Sebastian's disappearance. Do I think so? No, I don't. But it's a question that we still have to ask, because whether I have that opinion or not, it's a narrative. It's a thing that could have happened. Right? They've put themselves out there. They have introduced this whole suspect situation out there with, right, he's so controlling. He's a control freak. Absolutely. Why is he controlling the narrative? I don't know. It's red flags. And so it's one of those things where this could be part of Sebastian's story, unfortunately. I still think that there's a chance that he met somebody online. He was lured out of the home. We know that based off of Trev Times Live that he did the other day, that they are looking for a vehicle that was near the area and have asked neighbors if they have ordered an Uber. Did somebody order Sebastian an Uber and have him leave that day? Right. You have to ask it. Nobody ever likes to, ever. Well, I don't know. I think some people do enjoy asking these suspicious red flag questions. Yesterday, you were trying to reserve judgment, but the more he talks, the more I just feel like he's a POS. He sounds like a jerk. I'm sorry he's so defensive. And for what you weren't even there, right, Chris? Red flag. As a former father of 10 years, I would never speak like this or interject myself into this or into an investigation. It's for bio parents to handle and for us to assist when asked. That's all. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to sit there and advocate for where Sebastian is, that's one thing, but why are you making yourself the key in all of these interviews? And it's not even about Sebastian, it's all about Chris, who allegedly wasn't there. So why do you care so much what people think about you if you haven't even been there for a month? Why are you so defensive over everything if you weren't there for a month? Like, sit down and shut up. Let Katie and Seth talk. Let them be the controlling force behind where is Sebastian Rogers. That's it. That's all. Just sit down. Right. Meeting someone online would give them hope, and they completely dismiss the possibility. He's got main character syndrome. He wants to be the main character in the story. I have main character syndrome too. That's why I made my own YouTube channel. Maybe he needs to make his own YouTube channel after Sebastian is found. It helps with that.
I've not heard that before.
Yeah. So I asked that. So if you see that picture out again that I asked, that's just from where I asked it, I believe, today. And I asked it yesterday.
And I believe I was wearing it's like a mint colored button up shirt, I think.
You were?
Yep. There you go.
Yep. Absolutely. So that's where that come from. I knew I was going to stump you with one question.
Pretty close. I was like, oh.
Yep. You thought they all been asked, didn't you?
Yeah, just about. I mean, I've told everybody on Facebook, and I said, look, everybody's been nasty and all this, and like, look, I got no problem. I'll answer your questions. Just fire them away. But I have asked, like, keep in mind, there's like 3 of us and thousands of y'all, so we're trying to get to them. But
yeah. So, so let's see.
You need a good one.
I'm gonna try to find a great one. Did you ever use a belt on him?
Have I ever used a belt on Sebastian? Yes.
Okay.
Outside of his clothes, on his buttocks.
Okay. Please call DV when Sebastian home. Okay. Have you ever had a domestic violence called on you when Sebastian was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I actually don't have any domestic violence in my history. Period.
Okay. He says he's never had domestic violence, y'all. Okay. Now here's one. Let's see. Hi, Bullhorn Betty. Let's see. Okay. With Sebastian's autism, does he have a violent outburst? If so, what typically triggers the outburst?
I wish I could show y'all this in person. All right. Does he have, when he was younger, he probably had some pretty nasty ones. As he's gotten older, between his mama, me.
So this, in my opinion, right here, stop. This is a question. This is a question for Katie. Why is he saying when he was younger, maybe he had some pretty violent ones? Why can't Katie just answer what he is like? Yes, he did just crack open a drink of some sort. We will assume it could have been a Coke can. Could have been soda.
And his dad and other family members trying to get him to, like, look, you need to focus on this. Stop doing. ball your fist up, put them down to your side, like in a very aggressive manner, like you're pushing down, and stomp with one foot. Okay. He gets like that when he's throwing his tantrums, and then he brings his hands up in like the military knife hand is what they call it. All four fingers and thumbs pointing outward.
Yep.
And he's like moving his hands up and down, kind of like he's making a point, kind of. That's to the extent of his violent outbreak. But other than that, no.
Yeah. All right. Justin said he wants to understand this. He said, "Am I understanding this? You hit him with a belt because he didn't have a belt."
No.
No.
Okay. No. So the question about hitting him on the outside of his clothes on his butt with a belt, that was something that he got in trouble for because he lied to us, and he got one lick.
Okay. Let's see. How is it possible, do you think, that Katie, and I'm just asking now, how do you think it's possible that Katie and Sebastian, and Katie and I can ask you too, you got a voice. Can I ask you why Chris is always speaking for you? I'm just wondering. Why is Chris always speaking for you?
Fire away, babe. Go ahead.
If you're not there, Chris.
Oh, I freaking love it that Smiley just called that out. That's hilarious. I haven't even gotten to this far in this interview. I stopped shortly after the belt thing whenever I watched it originally. So that's freaking hilarious that she just called that out. And then here he is. Go ahead, babe. Fire away. Oh, did he just have to give you permission to talk? Did he just give you permission to answer questions? We had to wait for that permission though, right?
Hold on. If you're not there, people want to know this. If you're not there, how can you answer all the questions?
So if you notice, there's certain questions that you're asking, I'm not saying anything about.
I know.
So as soon as you start talking about Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't say nothing. Saturday, I don't say nothing. But anything after that, from midnight to 6,
okay,
being on the phone with her prior to, yeah. I can answer those questions.
Okay.
And just so I told somebody this before. My wife has popped off to somebody on Facebook about it.
He just told her to answer and is still talking. Oh my Lord. Shut up. Just stop. Let her talk. No, me either, Roberta. And that's the worst part. I don't even think he's guilty of being anything other than a loser and a piece of crap. Right? And that's horrible to say about a missing child's stepfather, right? I feel horrible for even thinking like that. But he's still talking even after the question of why do you talk so much? I can't. He's just so I just can't with this. I can't with men like this. I guess I should say. This guy is I gotta go. I gotta hit the play button.
As nasty as some folks have been, my job as a husband is to protect my wife, my kids at all costs. And I will stand in front of them, beside them, wherever they want to be, and I take all the hard hits. I'm tired of people dragging her through the mud. I'm tired of seeing the stuff that they say about her. Say it to me. I'm okay with it. Say it to me. Leave them alone.
Has anybody seen negative comments about her? It's mostly all about him. I mean, I guess was that his goal to make us hate him? He's doing a really good job. He's doing a really good job at that, if that was his goal. Like, you're doing it, Chris. Good job.
Be nice, be respectful, be courteous, and think about a woman whose heart's broken because her son is missing. If everybody would just take a step back for 1 second, go look at your kids and realize you got a kid. Your kid's at your house right now that you can walk up to. They may be in the bed sleeping, but you can walk up to them, give them big old hugs and kisses, tell them good night, and enjoy the moments. Right now, there's 3 parents in this world. Well, more than 3, but right now for this situation, there's 3 parents that cannot do that. So forgive me for standing up and being my wife's rock and foundation, because that's what a marriage is. That's my job.
Okay.
Well, we do love all of y'all. Doesn't matter. We still love you. Baby, if you want to answer, go for it.
No, I don't understand why it's a problem that my husband helps talk. I mean, I get that y'all want to hear my voice more, but honestly, half the time it's because I'm crying or honestly, I don't have words to explain what I am anymore.
It's okay. I just wondered. A lot of people was asking that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read something. A lot of people was asking that, and just might as well ask it.
And we appreciate it. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, thank you.
Let's see. All right, y'all. Let's see. Oh, what did y'all like to do together as a family when Chris was in town and y'all were all together? Like, what was your thing? Did you ever like have a short mini vacation on the weekends? Did you go? I mean, what did you like to do?
Oh, we do all sorts of stuff. He loves Top Golf, so we like to take him there.
Mhm.
He Dave and Buster's because games.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got a few really good parks in the area that he still enjoys going and playing in.
Hiking.
We do hiking. We go bowling. We have in the summer a family member with a pool, so he absolutely, utterly loves going over there. And we do game nights. He loves playing cards. Uno is currently his favorite game.
Did he swim?
Like a fish.
What was his favorite food?
Well, that
Depends on
depends on which
what
day of the week.
What day of the week?
Yeah.
He changes his favorite food probably every day.
She's like trying to answer questions and he's trying to get his voice back in there. He wants to so bad. He wants to so bad.
Chocolate milk has been a long time runner.
Tofu, believe it or not. Tofu.
It was killing him.
He's not. He's not.
It was killing him. He couldn't help himself. He has to talk.
Not a huge steak eater, but
Not
steamed
fried.
tofu.
Not fried and no sauce, just plain steamed tofu and sushi. The boy loves sushi.
Yep.
He loves it.
Did he like going to? Did y'all ever take him to the Japanese places where they made that?
Shoguns where they cook in front of you.
Yeah.
Oh,
He-
hibachis, yeah.
He
Yeah.
likes it, but he doesn't at the same time because it's so loud and clanky.
Yeah.
And
So
they use
it's
a lot of the teriyaki style sauce.
Yeah.
When we get his, we kind of have to ask, hey, can y'all scoot some over? He doesn't like condiments that much. He really doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris, what time did you get home on Monday? Do you remember?
I want to say it was. Well, hold on. Let's see here. 1 something.
To be fair, I also didn't last 30 seconds because as soon as he talked, I talked. To be fair, I also need to talk this much, Chris. Just saying.
1 something, I think.
Yeah. And then did you have to go back up there and get your camper? I mean, is that what y'all had to go back and get that? Somebody had to drive it back? Or?
No. It's a fifth wheel. It's a fifth wheel.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I couldn't tell. Somebody was just
No. You know, so there's a couple things that, because of this whole situation, I hope families never endure.
Right.
Without going into great details, I almost lost my job.
Over this?
Yes, over this, very much. Yeah.
That makes me wonder what type of employer would fire somebody just over the suspicion or over like online social media stuff from a job. What type of employer does that? Because up until this point, nobody's shown up at your place of work. Now, I will tell you that we've seen in the Summer Wells case, Don Wells lost his job because people were showing up at his place of work and were causing a ruckus and different things like that. But he did not get fired because his daughter was missing. He got fired because of all of the constant crap that started coming out of the different interviews that he continuously does. But yeah, now he's the victim, Ringo. We have to feel bad for him because he is almost going to lose his job over this. But my question is, was his employer concerned that he potentially was involved in Sebastian's disappearance? And that's why they were trying to separate themselves from him? That's the only thing that makes logical sense, because up until yesterday, which JLR did go to his place of work yesterday, walked outside of it. He didn't harass anybody or anything like that. He walked outside of it and videoed where his place of work was. That just happened yesterday, though. It had nothing to do with why he allegedly almost lost his job. I want to hear more about that. What reason did you almost get fired? Did they have suspicious thoughts about you? Why? Yeah, bosses usually know someone's true character.
And because of that, I was like, well, so I got permission. And I say I got permission. I asked law enforcement, said, hey,
St. Jude's
I need to go down,
in public
go get my
politics,
fifth wheel, and I
maybe.
need to bring it home.
Mhm.
Because right now, and they said, okay. So we told them what day we were going. And we went down there. We weren't even down there, I don't know, 24 hours maybe. I think we were down there maybe 17 hours. Long enough to get down there, finish packing everything up. And also she didn't go. was then alone enough to pack everything up. I spent the night in my trailer, hooked up the next morning, and came home.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense. They would have went to go ask if he for sure had an alibi for that evening, if he for sure had been on the job site for however many weeks, months, whatever he's been saying that he was gone. That would have happened. But yeah, did he lie about something? Did the boss know that he lied about something? He's redirecting the conversation away from the timeline. B Legend, you picked up on that. He is a master at doing this throughout all of these different interviews. As soon as a question's asked that he doesn't like, he has a very, very careful way of spinning it a different direction. But true crime sleuths, we don't fall for that crap because we're aware that you're still not answering the question that we asked. You know, the interviewer might not be rude in the moment and re-ask the question, but you better believe that question is going to keep coming out in every interview as things keep going. Yeah, or protecting the company's name and reputation. That's possible. In the bush is set up above that it's a St. Jude's build, so they may be trying to protect that. Absolutely possible.
So, but will you be going back to work there? I mean, they'll allow you to go back to work there? I mean, in Memphis?
Things have worked out. I will be returning to work.
Good. Okay. All right. Good. So why the three-way call?
So, well, I'll
Because
give
I
you.
was
Yeah, okay.
hysterical and screaming and crying and frantic. And so he told me to mute my phone, and he's the one that actually called because at that point I couldn't even make words anymore.
Why did she get so hysterical, screaming and crying and frantic after 3 minutes of Sebastian being on? Why did she instantly think the worst? He's 15. That to me is weird, and that's why I said, did she lock him outside and think like, "Oh, since he wasn't here whenever I woke up, like, that's why she thought the worst?" That's where Peter Hyatt said actually the same thing, which I had no clue whenever I said it yesterday. It's just weird to me. Maybe they watched the footage of something that he don't know about. Maybe. Why worry about packing up the camper? I'm sure the camp area would have understood and allowed you to keep your camper there until you came to retrieve it. Maybe. Hi, Candy Kisses Forever. How are you?
So not only that, but if folks know the area, when you call 911, you go to a central dispatching unit. You don't actually go to your local PD unit. You go to a hub on a cell phone. When you tell them where you're at, then they redirect you to the local PD. We don't live inside city limits, so the local PD they're not responding. It's not their jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to call the sheriff's office. So I called directly to the sheriff's office because I know what was going to happen. Bypass it, call them, and within 10 minutes of that phone call, they were at the house. And when they were at the house, they were at the house in full force.
How many came? Do y'all remember? Was it a lot? Or?
You've seen the aerial shot of the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so from our house, go all the way back down to Stafford to that stop sign where Kellen and Stafford meet. Then line cop cars all the way down Kellen out to Long Hollow Road.
Yeah.
That's how many cops came.
Well, is there a reason like y'all didn't go to the vigil? I mean, for real, the one by the high school? Seriously?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
So security reasons. And this is what I'm fixing to tell you is going to spark a whole bunch of stuff in the comments. I'm not afraid to answer any of this. The young lady who started to organize this vigil never even contacted us. Not one time has any of these vigils taken place as somebody tried to organize them with us as the parents. I think the only one that's been somewhat organized with a parent is the one that was done in Clarksville with Seth. Other than that, the one that was supposed to be out in front of my house was a security issue. My neighborhood said we don't want it here because our roads don't have sidewalks. We don't have easements. Technically, you're not even supposed to park on the street.
Yeah.
We found out about it, and then we found out that they were spreading it all over basically the county and state, and there was like tons and tons of people saying they were going to come. And there's zero parking here. It's not big gathering spot. So we asked for them to move it to the school, which is literally like half a mile from my house, if that.
It's not even that. It's like a
And
quarter mile
can accommodate all of the people.
Not only that, but some of the people, like some of the comments and the stuff that's being said.
I know. I'm
it could be a security reason because if somebody shows up acting crazy, that's not kosher. One, it's not coming in our subdivision. I don't want it in front of my house. I don't need thousands of people in front of my house. I appreciate
You're still talking, but I can't hear you. I can see you're talking if you moved. All right, well, listen for him. Let's see.
So again, it was more about the public opinion of them and the negative comments instead of about raising awareness and having this prayer vigil for Sebastian. For security reasons.
Katie, was you still married to Seth when you and Chris met?
No. So, I know he's insinuating that I cheated, and I did not. Seth and I had been separated for, I think, about 2 years and change when I met Christopher.
Yeah.
And we didn't get married until nearly 3 years after my divorce. So, no, I was not cheating and running around.
You know that it's been said that there are rumors, and Chris is not up here now, but it's been said that there is someone in the neighborhood that you have been seeing. Is that any truth to that?
No.
Okay. And there was nobody else in the house that night with you?
Just me and my son.
Can you tell me more about that 3-hour phone call? I mean, is that normal, something normal that y'all did every night?
Yeah. So my husband works out of town, as y'all all know. And yes, it is regular that we talk every evening or during all throughout the day. We call each other here and there. We chat off and on. That's how we're involved. And we're our version of spending time with each other because, on a different situation where, both people come home from work at a normal time, you sit down, you have dinner, you spend time with your spouse, and, it's hours of time that you're spending with them. We don't have that physically when we're separated by work. So, we spend it on the phone. We talk while we're having dinner, and we most of the time the phone's on speaker and Sebastian talks to him and whatnot. But that's the way that we are still spending time and talking about our day. And
Yeah, I mean, if it's, every night, I mean, that would kind of get boring to me. I mean, everybody's different, but I just wondered if it was something normal, that y'all did, or it was just that one night, or a couple of nights before or anything like that. I didn't know if it was normal. I wouldn't, I mean, it's not something I would do. So, I mean, I'm not saying y'all don't, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, mine goes, just go.
well, and then that's normal for some people. Not everybody wants to, spend that much time with their spouse, but I enjoy being around my spouse and my husband, and and I enjoy that he's a part of my life and a
Yeah.
part of the family, and for us that is our normal, albeit some other people may not
Yeah.
the same way. Not everybody wants to be around somebody all the time, but sometimes just being on the phone, you're just kind of sort of spending time together.
But is that not, and I think this is a fair question. I'm not trying to be mean, but is that not, and this has nothing to do with Sebastian being gone, but it kind of does. I'm just weird like this. So, but is that not taking time away from your son that you could be spending with your son?
No.
Being on the phone?
No, because I'm not on the phone during all of that time. I'm not on the phone every minute of the day with him. I'm on the phone in the evenings after bedtime until I go to sleep, that type of thing. I spend time with my son from the time I get home until the time he goes to bed.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know. That's just kind of not something that, I don't know. A lot of people just find weird. And
Well, and a lot of people don't have long distance marriages either, so I'm sure they could.
I know that what she's saying is kind of truthful, because there are people that I know that are on the oil rigs and things like that, and they do have this long distance type of relationship where they are like on the phone a lot. But I don't know. I could never live that life. That would be so hard. Yeah, that way he has control while he's gone. She's out fluffing the neighborhood pillows. Stop it, Ringo. Yeah. In my opinion, he could come home a heck of a lot more than what he does, though. 3 hours is not that far to drive. It's really not. To stay gone as much as he does, that's crazy to me. Oil rigs, military, yeah. Yep, there are plenty of situations where you can have these long distance type relationships that pop up. Just not something that I could ever sign up for. I'm one of those types of people that I need to constantly feel reassured and feel loved and have that constant, like, positive interaction and constantly feel like the center of everybody's universe. I don't know if it's because I'm a Leo, but as soon as I feel that dip at all, like I'm like ready to bolt. I'm like, whoa, where's the love,
But if they were in this situation, then maybe they would have a different opinion or point of view. But You know, I don't think it's weird to spend time with your spouse on a regular basis.
Yeah. And what about, and Chris, do you like, are you you're off nights, or do you work, do you mind telling, do you work night shift, or is it days, or I mean, do you mind, is that okay to ask, or?
Yeah, no, that's fine to ask. So in my line of work, you really don't have, I would say, a normal set schedule. I'm going to give you an example. So helping a guy out right now till I go back, I'm filling in for a guy. His shift
Yeah.
starts at noon and doesn't get off until midnight tonight.
Yeah.
That's not your normal shift, you know. So it kind of depends. Some crane operators, depends what's going on the job site, determines on like the hours. Because if you're doing a concrete pour, I mean, you may be up there for 18, 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it
And
just
for the
kind of
record,
depends.
because a whole bunch of people just snap back at me because I did say that I talk to my husband on the phone when I eat dinner, and I do. And I also said not every single day. Most of the time, we talk from bedtime until I go to bed or one of us falls asleep. But I also said that he interacts with Sebastian as well, because he does.
Yeah. I don't know, for some reason my chat is not moving and I'm having a stroke. That's why I keep doing that. I don't know why. And I don't know how far behind y'all I am. Chat. I don't know how far this is behind, but I'm sorry. I don't know why it's doing that. I'm kind of scared to refresh it because I don't want to lose nobody. Let me try to refresh it. Y'all don't go anywhere. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sure.
Let's see if it reloads. Here.
Yeah.
I got one of them's
I
up here,
know,
but I can't tell. I think it's Katie. Katie, can you hear me?
I'm not trying to pick up extra husbands, Rexy. You can keep him. They should really just stop talking. The more they explain, the worse it seems. I know, like, yeah. Over explaining never helps anybody.
Can you hear me? I am.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm gonna put this back down here for Chris again. Yeah, I had to reload because it wasn't going anywhere. I was having to do that. That's why I couldn't catch none of the questions. Oh, I was so behind y'all. I apologize. Okay. Was Chris in Memphis the entire weekend? Okay, here we go, guys. Was he in Memphis the entire weekend, or did he leave? I think he already answered that one. He said he was there the entire weekend, and then they want to know, did he take a polygraph test and pass? And oh, okay. So you can answer this one, Katie. Why did Sebastian wear pull-ups at your house?
So Sebastian wore pull-ups because, or when he was having his regression, when he was having issues with wetting the bed or wetting his pants, he had issues where he would wet himself at school, and then occasionally would wet himself at night. Now I know that Seth went and said that never happened at his house, but I do know that it did. Of at least a few occasions that I know of. But that's not the point. The point is that he did go in and out of pull-ups based on when he needed them. So if he was during a regression phase, he would go into the pull-ups, and then once he, got back on track and he was not having wetting issues at school and or home, he would go back into, regular underwear. And that unfortunately is just something that has been happening for, ever.
Right.
Sebastian was late to potty train and has had issues going back and forth with it basically his whole life.
Right. Okay. So why is there a problem? I feel, I feel it should be a problem, but somebody's asking about the GoFundMe. Why are you so mad about that, Chris?
So initially, I forgot what day it was. Myself, Katie, and Seth were in my house, and I brought up the question. I said, "Hey, should we start a GoFundMe page to start trying to raise money to add help to this, however we can?" And the police said, "Hey, no, I don't recommend doing that, because then if you do that, it looks like you're trying to do this for profit." I was like, "Okay, that makes sense." So we all three had an agreement. We weren't doing this. And next thing you know, now there's the GoFundMe page up there.
So he's upset because whenever it was his idea for the GoFundMe, it was turned down. But now that it is Seth's idea for the GoFundMe, it's against it. We're against it. Oh yeah, she sent him to school with pull-ups sometimes, and she also has set it on live streams now, so that anybody who this kid is going to school with or is around is now got that as ammunition to make fun of him for the rest of his lives. Yes, something led to this at your house and not Biodad's house. I agree. I think it's because of the hostile environment. That's just my opinion. I'm not a psychologist. However, children in abusive situation are known to have regressions. Just saying, allegedly. Yes, Seth's sister is doing the GoFundMe because Seth was told to take off work until his son is found, so that Seth can take off work until his son is found. So he's mad that he didn't start the GoFundMe, so the money isn't going to him. It's out of his control. That's exactly it. Just like he's upset about JLR's fundraising and the fact that his streams are monetized. Just men streams that are monetized. Forget the fact that the news and everybody else in the world are also making money, but he's not demanding that the news stations send their money to billboards. Just saying. Yeah, the more they talk, the better. If they are responsible for Sebastian's disappearance, law enforcement can compare statements and look for discrepancies. We just don't know if that's what's going on yet, right? We don't have information about that at this point.
So, okay. And, but, okay. So why don't y'all just start your own GoFundMe page? I mean, it's like, there's no sense in arguing over it, really. I mean,
So all of this has kind of stemmed because you got a family member who wants to go out there and blast some family matters to the public. That's where it all stems from. Like I said, this is not family problems. This isn't about family matters being public. It's about Sebastian.
right.
And we've got some family members that aren't necessarily kosher about everything right now. And they're upset. Their emotions are, I got it. Everybody's been at one point hot-headed, you know, if somebody tells me they're not, that's a lie. Everybody's been a hothead at some point.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, we got a missing kid, and that's a problem.
Well, in my opinion, I mean, you have to put everything aside. I mean, your feelings, her feelings, and I know it's not easy. You've got, you honestly have to do this. You're going to have to endure a lot. It's not going to be pretty, and it's probably going to be worse. I just sat here with another case, 2.5 years, going on 3 years in June, and the things I've seen out of that has not been pretty, and no results have been unfortunately found. And but I'm hoping that it will be different with Sebastian. I know that the people there care. There's no doubt in my mind. And one reason that there's no doubt is, again, that's where I was born and raised, and I have family there, and I know, and there's good people there. There are good people there. And, I see the difference. I really do. And, sometimes this internet is harsh. But one thing that I see different with the police there is they do come out and they say, we do want your help. We do want, and they're asking and they're begging and they're doing everything they can to find Sebastian, and they're trying to put him first. It's not hard when you have others that have come up missing during this search for Sebastian, because everybody deserves a fair shot, Raleigh, everybody deserves a fair shot to get found. And I know that's breaking everybody's heart, your hearts, everybody's hearts, that this had to be scaled back a little bit, but you can't give up. We can't give up, and sometimes you're going to go to bed crying. You're going to go to bed, no matter what people think of you, it does not matter. You're going to hear things, you're going to see things. But again, the most important thing is Sebastian, because no matter what, no matter if he's out there, well, good, fine, or not, he deserves to be found like anybody else. He is somebody.
Roberta, me too. I wish that they would give us some type of inkling as to which direction that they're looking, but I do know if there is something to do with the internet or somebody having him, they're not going to want to tip their hat and reveal that information for the person who may or may not have Sebastian. Here you go, Neat Noodle. And actually, Cat's Eye needs one as well. Welcome in, guys. How are you?
And you're somebody, and he's Seth somebody. And like Seth said, damn it, bring him back. Katie, I know you've been asked this 100 times, more probably. Today, after rethinking everything, to this day, if he could hear you right now, what would you say to him? And if somebody had him, what would you say to them?
I would say to Sebastian that we love you, baby. Bubba, we're going to find you. We're going to bring you home. And I would say to somebody that has my son that they better let him go and they better come out, because we're going to come and we're going to find him. We're not going to stop, and we're going to bring an army with us, an army of support of people that are helping to look. And son, I love you.
Katie, if you could take anything back about that day, about Sunday, and redo anything about Sunday, what would it be?
I'd have slept outside that boy's door. I say it like that, and I promise I'm not laughing. I just I would have I don't know. I would have made sure to check him 100 times. You know, they get older and you think that they're okay and that they're good, and you don't check as much throughout the night. Like when you get up, you know, when he was little, if I woke up, I'd check on him. You know, I was always looking at him, and as he got older and he didn't need that as much anymore, and I took that for granted.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we take for granted, and we don't realize things can change in the blink of an eye, but they can.
I'd give anything to be able to hug my baby again.
We don't realize how we just can't.
Sebastian is, not only is he verbal, but he is extremely high functioning and was not actually diagnosed with autism until this past year. Extremely high functioning. But he does attend a regular school. He has an IEP, basically.
Can't turn back time. That's one thing we cannot undo. Let me look on here. Okay, so they want to know on the super chats. They want to know, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Prius. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian?
Well, I do focus on looking for Sebastian. But at the same time, when I said I'd answer questions and people want to put questions up there, and then you want to put your comments and your 2 cents in with a question, you're going to get an answer.
Somebody asked me to remember these, and I always forget them because I'm not used to them. I'll just go down these real fast. I apologize.
No, you're fine.
So you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want? They said you spoke about discipline. What kind of discipline did he want to get away from the house because of that? Did he want to get away? Oh, okay, so they want to know, did he want to get away from the house because of the discipline?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So Sebastian is not afraid. He runs up to me, gives me a big old hug, says I love you, says I miss you. When I'm out of town, his mom, he'll look at his mom and say, hey, when's Mr. Chris coming home? Can we call him? Things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, discipline is discipline. There's a difference in discipline a child and beyond discipline a child.
Right.
Again, you were not actually there that weekend. You weren't there that month. So how do you know what was going on? Why are you answering instead of Katie?
Right.
You know, I can tell you from personal experience, I know the difference between both. And I vowed I would never in my life do that to a child.
They want to know, okay, so he's already answered that one. He's looked for, they've put out flyers, and he's told a while ago that the signs that you see in the yard, he said that that come from his family.
Yes.
Yeah. And
if people are interested in purchasing them or trying to get some ordered and sent to them, find me on Facebook, send me your just hit me up, and I will send you the point of contact, and you guys can reach out to him and work it out.
In fact, actually, yeah, I would like to get that information, and I will get with you to get that about the signs or whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm just going down. Okay, y'all be nice.
Everybody's entitled to their opinions and their feelings. Don't get me wrong.
Now I'm flipping down and I'm like, well, hold on, because I can't see them because I didn't catch them right when they first come up. Okay. Okay. Okay, y'all be nice. I had to read some of these because once they're gone, I am not going to see them for a while. I believe in here. That's why I apologize. Is it hurtful to be? No, because it's hurtful to be a bio safe step. Oh, that's when we first come on here and I was asking you that. Okay, did he take any medicine before bed and did he sleepwalk?
Yeah, did he sleepwalk? Yeah, as long as I've been in Sebastian's life, I've never heard of him sleepwalk. Now, getting up in the middle of the night, sneaking snacks and stuff, that's one thing, but sleepwalking,
and to clarify, he's not sneaking food because we starve him, because that's absolutely not the case. He just likes to munch on a bunch of junk food in the middle of the night because he doesn't get a bunch of sugar. He's, one dessert and he wants to eat the whole box, so he gets up in the middle of the night and sneaks snacks.
Yeah. Sneaks candy in his room and hides the wrappers under his bed. I mean, same stuff basic kids do. It's just, one, I'm not going to have bugs throughout the house. We told him, you eat in the kitchen, you eat in the dining room.
And
when you're done with it, you put it in the trash. That's the only thing we've asked him.
Okay, so there.
Again, why is he answering about sleepwalking and medication at night and stuff like that? Which they did not answer the medication at night question. Was not answered. Camden, it was never confirmed it's never been confirmed by anyone that he was away. Law enforcement has never confirmed the timelines for any of them. He has told us that he was home, but law enforcement has never told us, not that he was home, but he has told us that he was gone. But law enforcement has never confirmed anything. But this is not uncommon for TBI. I want to stress that. For these police agencies in Tennessee, they keep everything so close to the vest. That's why we still know nothing in Summer Wells' case. Right? That's why we still have no clue with Summer Wells' case. And so we're left with nothing but what the parents are coming onto the social media platforms saying. And we have to take their words and figure out who's being truthful, who's not. We have to do all of that analyzing ourselves, because there's been no communication from police, no communication from law enforcement. We have bio dad Seth, we have stepfather Chris, and mom all coming onto these platforms, and I don't know. She kept saying in the middle of the night.
Back to Rachel. So they're saying that what happened to her head, that's what they want to know. And that's what yeah, I don't know what they're talking about.
If they could clarify a little bit more, I don't know.
They're saying you almost killed her. I don't know.
Huh?
Like I said, I don't know anything about Rachel.
Okay.
It's posted on the board.
Yeah, I can't see the comments for some reason.
Okay. It says you got killed, Rachel. There was blood everywhere. Where, sir, you thought she was dead. I don't know.
Everywhere no. Okay. That's news to me, but no.
It could be they paid to ask that question, which I'm just not getting to, and they've asked it 2 or 3 times. That's why I don't know. It could be a troll. I don't know. Listen, I have no idea. I don't mean to make y'all feel
no, I'm not. I'm sitting there, I'm like, it's just like her head, blood everywhere. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a new one on me. So I mean, I don't really know what's going on there. Again,
my mother actually still talks to Rachel. I mean, that right there ought to tell you the kind of relationship that my family had with her. We still talk to her.
Yeah.
She's got her 2 kids. So where all that stuff's coming from is very interesting. But no.
Well, there y'all have it, folks. Sometimes families do still talk to exes and their moms and dads and all that does. So I don't know. Did LE check vehicles and your trailer that you took to Memphis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So they're saying yes. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for coming, a YouTube member. Beautiful sunflower. Yeah. The medicine that Sebastian, is that life-threatening if he don't take that medicine?
No.
Okay. It's not life-threatening, but it's not good that he don't have it,
Correct.
Yeah. And like anything else, it's not good, because if you take medicine for so long and you just come off of medicine just quick, fast, and in a hurry, it can cause seizures,
Yes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be weaned off if and when he came off of it. It's not supposed to be a sudden stop.
Yeah, yeah. So what is your theory, each one of you separately, on what happened to Sebastian? Well, I mean, just like, I know you've probably had 2 or 3, but like, what do you think now? We're 3 weeks later. What is your thoughts now? Like, what do you think?
His mom is trying to keep Rachel quiet. Is that an ex-wife, I'm guessing? Is that, I don't know. I do think it's odd that with such public scrutiny that we haven't heard from any of the exes. Just saying. I don't know. I don't know if it really matters if he was not there. TBI is assisting the county and would be the lead investigators, right?
I wish I had a freaking clue on where my son was, to be honest with you. None of it makes sense.
But not so much where he was, but like, if you just play it back in your head, like, if you think, what in the world happened? I mean, what could have happened? Is there things like maybe that you've thought over and over as a mother, what could have happened? Something ring a bell from a week ago, a month ago, something that's clicked to you. I mean, anything.
I mean, all I can say is everything that I've come up with, I've asked law enforcement to look into, and so far nothing has led to anything substantial in finding him. I mean, we've gone over wild probabilities, all
We got a
sorts of
lifelike
stuff.
working about.
And
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. They never said nothing about it on the radio.
Is he working while he's on this interview for the last 3 hours? Guys, that's not a good thing. You need to be, like, focusing on your job if you're actually working. She got her restraining order extended. Wow.
I haven't been able to figure out anything that explains where my son is.
Yeah. And they want to know, do you know this Katie Fisher or Carrie Fisher, personally, the one that redirected the search? Was
No.
it you know who I'm talking about? She was a convicted felon.
I heard about that, but no, I've never met her before.
How do you feel
know her at all.
How do you feel about that?
We talked to the law enforcement about it to ask because we didn't know anything about it until we started getting told that there was, an issue and somebody felon was potentially interrupting the searches and whatnot, and we went to them.
JLR said that he got fired. Now, he did mention at the beginning of this interview that he was going, or that he was at risk of getting fired. He got fired for an OSHA violation? I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just reading the comments, just so anybody who is watching this knows. I have no idea if that's what happened or not, but oh, man. He did say at the like half hour ago or something, that he could potentially get fired.
And was like, what the heck? Like, what is this? What are y'all doing with it? Is this true? And I don't know all of the results on if law enforcement like directly addressed her or anything like that. I just know that that she led a search, I believe, down in Goodlettsville.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, at least it was a search that happened.
So you don't think she hurt anything, or like as far as the searches or anything? Do you think it was just something that blew up on the internet?
Right. He said during this interview that he nearly got fired over this. Seth said that Chris was away at work when Sebastian went missing. I'm comfortable with the assumption that he has not, or that he has that confirmed before repeating that. I understand if others don't feel that way. Right. I agree. I feel comfortable accepting things that Seth has said. Probably actually got fired for being on YouTube when he's on the clock. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Internet. I mean, I know they got her out. She's not allowed to search anymore, but I mean, do you think it was something that just blew out of proportion?
I mean, it's nothing more than an opinion, but I think probably because law enforcement said that that there was no like hindrance that they know of that happened from that, but it's beyond the whole internet blow up.
Yeah. Okay. That was just a question that was on here too. And okay, so they want to know, somebody always L8 wants to know why Sebastian was wearing pull-ups at your home. I think we covered that, and not, oh no, they want to know if he was afraid of Chris. Is that why he was wearing the pull-ups?
No, he wasn't wearing pull-ups because he was afraid of Chris. Sebastian had a recent autism diagnosis, but Sebastian has a chromosome deletion that he was diagnosed with when he was a baby.
He isn't at work. He's on the phone for 3 hours. It's a police scanner. But we just heard him talk to somebody on the radio. Typically with police scanners, you can't walkie people on a police scanner. He just walkied and said something like, I don't even know what he said.
Yeah. So that's what they were saying, always L8. Okay, so that's about Carrie. A couple people asked me that one. Okay. What are some of the signs or symptoms for Sebastian if he misses his medicine?
He's got combined type ADHD, so he does get, hyper. His behaviors become a little more like he'll flip flop between his moods more, like being overly excited, or he has periods where he's really calm, where he just hyper focuses on whatever it is that he's playing or fidgeting with.
Yeah.
He can become a little more temperamental, like more easily aggravated. Not that he becomes violent, but he just gets aggravated easier.
Right.
He does get an increased appetite when he's off of his meds. An unfortunate side effect of those is that they do suppress the appetite a little bit. So he'll eat more. But and he will be more, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like when he'll start telling you something, he'll be on a bunch of different subjects, but all like in the same sentence.
I don't think that we can confirm that he was fired. Brett is saying that he shouldn't be operating a crane right now. His employer knows that and put him somewhere where he's not operating a crane. So he's still working, just not at that same location. I think he would have made it a big, huge deal and like victim horrible things if he was fired. He would be all over social media like, you people got me fired, right? We would hear all about it.
So his thoughts become less coordinated. Yeah, he becomes a lot less coordinated in his thoughts.
Yeah. Oh. So okay, so when he okay, so Katie, the trash cans at the end of the driveway Sunday night, was there any strange cars around the end? Did the dogs, and they want to know, did the dog pick up that scent at the end of the driveway?
Can I?
Okay.
No, so I'd like to clarify this whole dog scent thing for once and for all.
Mhm.
So the dog scent, everybody said, oh, the dogs didn't get a scent, dogs didn't get, the dogs got a scent. What the dogs got and where it led to, there's a lot of misinformation as far as to the road, to the construction site, to this, to that, to this. For the record, there were so many dogs used. I don't know if we actually have a true count. On the day one, there was 5 dogs automatically. We know for a fact. They brought dogs in from out of state, different counties, all over the place. But of all the dogs, there was a couple that took them through a construction zone and took them over to a retention pond. Now the retention pond is no higher than knee deep.
Right.
They walked it and they drained it, but from there the scent disappears. There's poof.
Right. Right. Why did you lawyer up? They said.
Well, I mean, who's my lawyer? I'd love to meet him. I mean, I'm not trying to be a smart ass, folks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if somebody said we got a lawyer, I'd like to meet him because sure.
Yeah, I have no clue. I'm just reading the questions. So let's see. So somebody said, explain to me why you keep making comments about what people think of you, Chris. Why not focus on searching for Sebastian? I'm just reading the questions. I can't see all of them until I pop them up, unless I can see the very top. We'll see. Okay, let's see this. 3 Tennessee families, each kid missing a child. 2 of the 3, at least one present on social media. At least one parent on social media who is more concerned with how they being betrayed or treated. So what about getting the word out about their child? So I guess what they're saying is, are you like, who are you? Why are you worried about who gets the word out about your child? I guess that's what they're asking. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, but I could be wrong. Like, why does it matter who gets the word out about your child as long as it gets out?
This is Smiley's Story World. This is her link here. If you are wanting to watch this without my input and without the constant interruptions and things like that, by all means, please go over and view her video. Make sure you hit the like button, help it get into the algorithm, all this stuff. That's where you can watch this in its original form. I wish somebody asked that. I don't know if they did or not. This is the first time I'm getting to the end of this interview. That's why I've kind of stopped interrupting as much, because I am just like intently listening right now because it's all new to me. Yeah, now he sounds like Don Wells. High seclusion works.
Oh, did he drop down again? Whoops. No, he's still there. You still there, Chris?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah, I can. Yeah, like
the whole thing about I heard your question. My answer is simple. We want correct information out there. We don't want false information, which unfortunately somebody has put out false information. And the downside is I mean, one anchor in particular, I don't need to put the name out there.
It's okay.
But the one news anchor, instead of just reporting, kept insinuating stuff, which in itself is a problem. And it drew the focus away from Sebastian and started focusing more on, who did it? Well, these people are, and that was a problem. So we don't want false information. None of the parents, none of the family members want false information. We just want the accurate information out there and people to focus on finding him instead of bashing parents or bashing something that they don't like. And just if people would put that focus into finding Sebastian instead of bashing us, that would be amazing. We love you all regardless.
I understand that. But here, listen, I know, and y'all let me get back to the comment. I'll get back to this in a minute. I think, Lord have mercy. There's my comments. Sorry, y'all, I can't see my comments. I'll get back to all that. Thank you for all that. I'll get back to that in a minute. It's just too many, and I don't know how much further along it goes down. But I just don't see what's the difference in that. And maybe, and we did want the correct. I said this from the day that I opened this up. I want to make sure the correct information, and I'll try my very best to do that no matter what. And I could be wrong on some things. I really could. It's hard to get facts out about everything, and I'll correct if I'm wrong. But listen, and on this channel, I do say things that others won't say, and that's okay. But because I do care and I'm passionate about the kids.
They aren't talking this fast. I have it sped up because this is a 3-hour interview. So if you think they're talking too fast, take your little wheel thing down a time or two I was just on 1.75 while she was reading through those questions because of the pauses, but I did put it back to 1.5 now.
I don't care. I'm not in it for the money, the clicks, likes, views, whatever. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. But Chris, it's what you said. So I'm asking you, why not go on these big channels or bigger channels, see, or little channels? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, what does it matter? Is it that important to you that a person you feel, and your feelings are your feelings, but I'm just saying that you feel.
Rachel is his ex-wife, one of the ex-wives. There's 4 ex-wives. She's one of them.
Is getting this misinformation or this information about you or digging the dirt on you. Now, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. What I'm trying to say is, or you go on this channel per se. He dropped off again. Hold on.
Every time the questions gets hard, he magically drops out.
Y'all must have, are you having a Wi-Fi issues or storm, or is that where he's at right now working?
I think it's where he's at.
Yeah. He said
Okay.
he wasn't invited to Nancy Grace, but I'm sure she would love to have them.
We've actually reached out to Nancy Grace and hadn't heard back. We didn't know about the Nancy Grace interview.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she would love to have. Here he goes. Okay.
I think it would be great because she's got such a vast audience and a way of getting it out there big time. Absolutely.
But Chris, I was just going to say, what's the difference in that and being on any channel that maybe is just trying to make a name for themselves? Is that not who's not really does stuff like this? I mean, I'm just asking. I mean, is that not important to y'all?
Finding Sebastian is every bit of important as anything else. But at the same time, do I want to sit down with somebody who's drugged me through the mud, continues to drag us through the mud, and keeps putting false information out there, which causes a lot of problems, not just for us, but for the law enforcement folks that are also doing their job trying to find Sebastian? It's an issue.
Well, can I just ask you, what about Nick Barris? I mean,
That's who we're referring to.
Okay. I don't know anything about that, so I'm just gonna say, okay.
I've not seen Nick put out anything negative about them. Have you guys seen, like, I know BC specifically, and I know you're babysitting and stuff, but I've not seen anything that Nick Barris put out to be one-sided towards one side of the family or against the stepdad. Or, I mean, you want to say you don't want to go on with JLR. I understand, because JLR's every single live stream that he has done is accusing stepdad. He's like sitting there pushing his buttons intentionally. It's not funny, but it is a little bit. But I've not seen Nick like put anything out. I mean, he put out that footage the other day. Is that intentionally to drag you through the mud? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know. Maybe I missed something. Having an issue with Nancy is he doesn't like to interview with I don't know. Yeah, he hasn't said anything against them. Thank you, Seal.
Okay.
Right, and unfortunately, and it's nothing against everybody out there. There's stuff that people don't know, and they're not going to be. They won't know because they weren't privy to the conversations.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it just sucks. And there's a difference in journalism and trying to get your Emmy nomination. There's a difference.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
He has put out so much fair
no.
information. So much fair reporting. I don't even know.
Trust me, if I can go to everybody else, and
I don't know where that's like coming from. I really don't. You don't. He's what made this case get bigger. Nick is what made this case really spread and get information out there. Trev Time and Nick. That's where, if you're going to do interviews, Chris, you should be on Trev Time and on Nick, because that's who's advocating for your son since day one. Trying for an Emmy? Are you kidding me right now? Come on.
I can go get all these people, and we can get Nancy Grace, and we can get anybody else out there to spread the word. I'm not going to worry about one anchor. I'm not.
Right. Well, I say everybody, needs to do it. I mean, everybody needs to do what they can, no matter if they're this big, or this big, or gigantic, but it is what it is. It needs to be found, and that's all there is to it. But Chris, I'm going to ask you, same thing I asked Katie a while ago. If you could say anything in this world that you rethunk this 3 weeks, what would you say to Sebastian today, tonight, right now, again? I mean, it don't have to be the same thing. It could be now. What are you feeling tonight?
I miss him. I want him home. look forward to him being back home. I'm looking to see, happy to get things back to normal instead of chaos.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm not a man of emotional words, but Sebastian, he knows. Deep down, he knows.
What would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday? And I know you were not home, but what would you do if you could change anything about that Sunday?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry, I misunderstood that.
If you could turn back time and you could change anything about that Sunday, what would it be? I know you were not home. You were in Memphis. But if you could do anything over about that Sunday, what would you do?
If I could go back and change anything, I wished I was able to work in town. Maybe things would have been different because we both would have been home. I don't know. I mean, there's so many shoulda, coulda, wouldas, and I wish I could have, and wished I would have, and I don't have the answers because I don't know. I mean, I know I got my stepson's missing. My house is not whole. There's a big emptiness right now.
Yeah. Somebody said it took you 7 hours to get home. I don't know.
You hear that beeping? That's him at work. He's literally working. This is not, if he got moved off of his current job or sent home or whatever, I guarantee you somebody told his employer that he's doing live streams while he's on YouTube. Yes, I did see that post that she was, oh, did she make another one since saying that she was going to talk to TBI? She made another one since then. Yeah, it was an OSHA violation and he was turned in. Oh, wow. They're picking the smallest, like, I've only heard of Smiley one time before this. Just saying. I knew of her existence, but I never, it's not crazy. It's safe, Ringo. Hmm.
It's a 7+ hour round trip from my house to Memphis.
We don't need big YouTube creators. We got Nancy Grace, who you also won't go on with. What? How idiotic does that sound?
Yeah, no, yeah, it's not. Yeah, so they're saying that some people were saying that you like didn't leave right away and you were waiting, and we already went through all that. So
well, and some of those folks' comment is correct. Yes,
yeah.
Yes, because I could not leave. I can't just. It's not a normal job. You can't just tell your boss I'm out of here and walk out the door, get in your car, and leave. You know, I mean, there's a lot of safety involved. You know, Sebastian's dad, same thing. He's not going to be able to just be like, hey, I'm out of here and walk out the door. You know, I left as soon as I could, when I could.
What let's see. Somebody wants to know why you didn't want him around your daughter.
That is a personal family matter.
Okay.
That unfortunately that's not one I'm going to open up.
Okay.
It's not a.
Well, okay, you don't have to. Let me ask you this in another way. Let me ask you this in my way, not their way. I heard that it's possible. Well, I heard that he supposed to be a witness in some kind of case that you have with your wife. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
No, ma'am. So I've heard that somebody said he was supposed to be a witness in my custody case with my daughter.
Okay.
And absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but I mean, I when I heard it, I was laughing internally. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I was just kind of wondering how that would work, but yeah, I just thought I would clear that up. But okay, so I won't keep y'all on here all night, but I want to.
But if that's the case, Amber Riot, if that's why, then why won't they go on with Trev Time? Because he's smaller. He's smaller and has been advocating for Sebastian since the Amber Alert went out. You guys want to know a channel to follow for this case. Trev Time is it. And so why not go there? Why not go there? He's small.
ask you, like, how did there's just a couple more. How come LA, do you think, hasn't publicly cleared you, like in the public cleared you, come out and said, hey, their parents are clear? Because I know what you've said, Chris.
Right, but they can't.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
he
the
won't talk to
investigation
men.
is still
I know.
ongoing, because Sebastian is still missing, which is why they came out and clarified that no, we are not suspects, and yes, we are.
If you're not guilty, the first thing that they would do, just like with Elizabeth Smart, is come out and say they're not guilty. Same thing with Brandy. I mean, Brandy Neal Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. I mean, that's what they're going to do. I mean, they're not going to, and others in the news, that's just who I think you're familiar with. But that's what they're going to do. They're not going to, like, just allow you to be sitting there hanging in the public's eye and take all this criticism and stuff.
There's so many agencies involved in this investigation.
I agree.
And I mean, across the board. And you think of an alphabet, it's probably involved, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I have begged and begged and begged, and so has my wife. Seth, when he was at the house before, same thing. We all asked, why can't you come out and just say it? Y'all told us to our faces.
Mm-hmm.
And the response we get, because it's an ongoing investigation and protocol does not allow us to do that. And that is the answer we're given.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying you're telling a lie. I'm just wondering why, because I would be demanding. I really would be demanding. I'm just trying to think, I would do everything in my power to, and I'm not saying you're not. I'm not saying, again, my intro, one of my intros has it on there. I'm not saying, but you are suspicious, or this is suspicious. However I say it. And I mean that. I mean, things don't add up. Stuff don't add up. I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff, but I'm not trying to be disrespectful either.
No. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you are shady. Oh my gosh. Why? He says involved. Unfortunately, why is it unfortunate? They're trying to find your child, right? If he didn't want Sebastian around his daughter, what was the plan if he won custody of her? I mean, we all knew he wouldn't have won, but I'd like to know what their plan is. That's a good question. Little bit of baggage. His no respirations and pulse rate must be extremely stressed. I don't know. I didn't know.
I mean, so here's something that's very unique. I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly, as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it, because poof, nothing.
Poof, nothing. I will say I would typically agree with you about the fact that the parents are not going to outdupe 3-letter agencies and everybody involved. However, in the case of Summer Wells, also in Tennessee, it seems another child has just poof, vanished. And TBI has had lots of time to figure out where Summer Wells is. Ramblin' Rome, if you're still here, can tell us the exact number of days, but I know it's over 1,000. Liblock No More, I'm sure, can tell us the exact number of days that Summer Utah Moon Wells has been missing, and we still have no clue where she is. And so I lose faith in these states and these jurisdictions and then these 3-letter agencies whenever children time and time again seem to poof. Poof. Yeah, what's so funny? He's missing and they're making jokes calling him Houdini. I don't know. Sebastian was supposed to go live with Seth when school ended. The judge just ruled Chris can't even get visits yesterday. How did he think he would get custody? Right, Summer didn't vanish and TBI knows that. Where is she, though? Why hasn't TBI? Why hasn't Summer been found? Why hasn't there been an arrest? What happened to her? And I'm in the same boat with this situation. I still think that Sebastian Rogers could have actually left his house on his own free will and walked out. I think there's a possibility that Summer Wells could have left her house on her own free will and walked out. Playing in the woods, somebody could have scooped her up, ran off with her. We watched in the Athena Strand case that the mailman, the FedEx guy, was responsible for Athena Strand's disappearance. Could that have happened in Summer's case? Could that have happened? I mean, I don't think that happened in Sebastian Rogers. He's 15. Hi, Leo. But he could have been lured out of the house. But the problem is, they don't make me think that they're innocent. And it gives me no hope and no faith in these three-letter agencies whenever they're not telling us anything. Whenever they're being silent day after day after day after day after day. If there is a vehicle of interest that Trev Time told us about 2 days ago, I think it is now, why haven't law enforcement come out and told us that there's a vehicle of interest? Did he use phone apps? We don't know. Right, TBI said in Summers that there was no, well, they said that they can't say that there was an abduction or not. Basically, the same way that they can't say that there's foul play or not. And they're saying the same language, the same statements in this case. No signs of an abduction doesn't mean that there was no abduction. It just means that there was no visual evidence of an abduction. No signs of foul play doesn't mean that there was no foul play. It just means that there's no signs. There's no hardcore evidence of foul play. And that's where we are again. The same sentences.
You know, and it's, you know, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah.
Thank you, Erica.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that they had confirmed that it was a neighbor's Uber. Thank you so much. Yeah, the speech must be in the TBI handbook. Must be in the TBI handbook. We'll just say that about everybody. I did not know that the car had been figured out, though.
Everything is just, it's really strange. It's really strange. I don't know.
I mean, I wish there was something, anything.
I do too. If I could get it, you know, out there somehow. I mean, from what I see, I don't know for a fact. There's almost 1,700 people in here. That's big for me because I don't never have that. Numbers don't matter to me. But and somebody pointed out, stop saying that, Smiley, because it matters when these kids are at risk. Yeah, I mean, that it is. It's important when I'm talking about a child missing, and this definitely means a lot that so many people are in here. They're in here because of you guys. Thank you. You guys need to be out here, in my opinion, speaking on him, not fighting with the Facebook groups. I see you in there. It makes me want to go in there because sometimes you push the wrong buttons with me. I'm just saying.
Well, and don't get me wrong. And I, like I said, and I've opened that communication with you, and I told you, you know, you want to talk, you call me, you want to send me a message, something. And as I've been very respectful to you, I haven't, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I may not always say the right things. I may not. But it's that last time I looked in the mirror, I'm a human. I'm entitled to my emotions. I'm entitled to my opinions, and I respect those, and I respect everybody else's just as much.
Yes, sir.
There's one thing that compassion is a virtue that is in very short demand in today's society. Because if you sit back and you look at all these families, now we got another one, Riley, you know, 6'7" guy disappeared in the flat, gone. Now we got another family that's hurting.
Yeah.
You know, if you, as a person, ever set in the shoes that me, Katie, and Seth sit into this day, or the Riley family for that much, I promise you, the outlook that you're going to see from our view, you'll understand it. You'll be so riddled with emotions, and you really don't care because all you want is the same end result. You just want your loved one.
Right. Right.
I'm not sure if the family is still doing that press conference. If so, trouble it would be in about 40 minutes if they decide to continue to do it. I am looking to see if there is a link. I'm not seeing one at this moment.
I know it don't get any easier each day that passes. It don't. They want to know if it's possible, since y'all were on the phone, if he could have tried to walk to Chris's work. Thought maybe he was that close, the building site. The construction site that was by your house. Maybe he thought that was Chris's job.
Oh Lord, no. Sebastian, no, Sebastian knows it when my job sites. He knows what to look for, and
The
what I
construction
do
site.
has no equipment of that manufacturer on that site. Period.
Yeah. Go ahead, Katie. I'm
The
sorry.
construction site near our house isn't like a skyscraper. It's just houses and homes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're building a small subdivision.
Yeah.
And we've searched it several times.
I mean, I'm currently sitting, today's my last night covering the screen, but I'm sitting at Vanderbilt University at the hospital, 300 feet in the air with a skyline view. And I get to sit here and do what I do, but I also sit here and I watch life flight helicopters coming in and land every so often at Vanderbilt and at the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
And I have nothing but to sit here and wonder, could one of those be Sebastian?
Yeah. I understand. Well, my prayers are certainly with every one of y'all, and Seth and Katie and you and the grandmother and everybody and Sebastian. I want everybody to the whole Hendersonville, the community, people that didn't know him love him, and I want to see this come to an end in a good way. In a good way. Just to think positive, happy thoughts. Just think happy thoughts.
Very, very true.
And if anybody has any information, to call that number 615-442-1865 or the 1-800-TBI-FINE. See, I'll move it, but please print one of these out. Print it out. Pass it out everywhere. You never know. Again, like I asked you today, put it in your mail. Don't hurt if you mail a letter to somebody, it's your old friend. Mail it, put it in there. Send it all over the world.
Well, I mean, it's funny you say it because I've got confirmation that there's folks in Australia, Spain, England, Austria, UK that they've got wind of this and they've got some posters posted. So it was actually kind of cool. I never thought that would happen, but that's pretty cool.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. Yeah. Funny Face Brenda says love should have brought you home. Yeah. And they were talking about he wanted friends. He's got more friends than he will ever know what to do with. That's for sure. That's for sure.
I said it before, when he does come home, and everybody complained how packed the block was with cop cars. Well, he's now become like the son of Summer County. So it's going to be a long line.
Yeah. Yeah. I sure hope it's soon. Was there anything that you would like to say that either one of you that you think that we can do to help? I mean, that we can really do to help those near, those far? I don't know.
I want to spread his face to the ends of the earth and back, because he's out there somewhere and someone does know something and someone needs to come forward. Whoever may have him, assuming that someone might have him, needs to let him come home. And we need everybody everywhere to see his face and to know his face. All the missing children. But I personally think that the more people that know his face, the more likely it is that if he is out somewhere, that more likely someone will actually recognize him and be able to call and we can bring him home.
And we can do that, and we have these platforms. Will you, consider doing something for me though? Will you please consider talking to some of the bigger creators? And it don't have to be like the news or whatever, but like, would you consider talking to some, especially, I know JLR again, Chris, I hope I got you calmed down on that a little bit.
I'm calm. I mean, emotions can sometimes get the best of a person.
I know. And because I personally want the word out. And what Katie just said about, that was perfect, what she just said. But if you will allow yourself, and listen, if you ever have a question and you want to private ask me, look, is this person, whatever, I've had my fair share with some of these people. Okay. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say, but it's your ultimate decision. I would say, I don't know. I'd watch that one, because what I don't want these creators who's going to end up like Summer Wells case and then be fighting each other. I don't want that. Okay. This is about him. Okay. This is about him. But what I want you to consider is, I want you to consider, Chris and Katie, to please, right now, early on, go ahead and let's get his name and face out there. And please consider talking. I mean, you got Jay for Justice. And she's sweet. Just let bigger channels, please talk to them you know, the ones that's really for the kids, please. I'm just looked at because I'm nobody and you did make a promise to me. Trev time is, you know, I know you spoke with him already on another channel. I don't know how you feel about that, but he really is for the kids.
Well,
you
here's
know?
what I'll say about Trev, and I'm gonna say this open and publicly.
It's okay.
So Trev sent me a message and he apologized.
Mm-hmm.
He apologized to me and my wife because he made a mistake. He got wrapped up in, I'm gonna call it the sauce. He got wrapped up in that with jumping on the bandwagon of assuming and accusing us. Now he admit back and he has changed that. He has apologized.
Mm-hmm.
That right there alone, I'll do your show.
Mm-hmm.
Because you did it. You did what you were supposed to do as a man or a woman, excuse me. I think new age thing nowadays. Sorry. Righteousness, the right thing, that will get you a lot farther than the rest of it. You know, I mean, it's one thing. And that's what I'm saying. With JLR, this dude, he's gonna have to make a public apology. He's gonna have to make it public for me to consider him. And the reason why I say that is because how much crap he put out there and to the level he was gone to on certain topics. There's one topic. Okay. My kids don't cross that line.
I
don't care who
understand.
you are.
I understand. I'm just saying.
I mean,
it don't even
one of the reasons it took us a little bit longer to do some of these interviews. Okay. And this is before we started doing interviews and talking with media, we were kind of advised, hold off, don't do that. Well, eventually got to the point we needed to start talking to the media.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, myself, Katie, and Seth, all decided, we made a pact in the beginning. Hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to keep each other in the loop. We're going to talk to each other and ask. We're not just going to go out here and do our own thing. Okay. That has always been our pact. You know, we would call Seth and say, hey, initially he didn't want to do any type of interviews, and we understood that.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him, I said, hey man, do you want to like phone in with us? Do you want to come to the house and we'll do this as a group? What do you want to do? We've tried and we want to do this as a group. You know, unfortunately, you know, somewhere along the way, we've all kind of gotten off track, and he's kind of gone out and done his thing. We've kind of done our thing. Mrs. Rogers done her thing. I think his sister may have done something. I mean, but everybody's getting the word out.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, I just don't want anybody's ego and nobody to get in the way. I mean, I'm just saying, because
it's like they didn't get together and do it because what, it wasn't on your terms? Because I know that you've had, he wants Seth to ask for his permission. Like, control. That's all we keep hearing. Oh, Lord. You know how many Chris's there are walking around this world, this planet? There are a lot of Chris's. There are a lot of Chris's.
Katie did say it perfect just a minute ago. And if you can say it for the, you know, for the flyers and stuff, I just want it to be known that, because I always say, and no matter if it's a missing child, I always say it. Sometimes I do little things on just what's in my heart and stuff. Sometimes it could be on freaking, I don't know, it had nothing to do with the person. Sometimes I just get in my feelings. Sometimes I come on here and it ends up, somebody says, you don't know what you did you? And it's just a lesson or something. I don't know. I can't think off the top of my head right now. But I always say, you know, no matter how little we are, we might take and say something, and then somebody sees it, and then they share it, and it goes on and on and on, and somebody really might be helped by it. Well, it's the same thing with Sebastian. Somebody might share it, come in 2 weeks from now, or hopefully not that long, but, you know, and see him somewhere, or remember something, and something may click, or it could be tomorrow, tonight, an hour from now, and it really may help. But sometimes you need other creators, and it just needs to all just flow like that. I don't know, no matter how big or how small. And it don't matter to me. I want to kind of promote everybody. If they have a channel and they're good and they have good intentions, I don't care who it is. I don't care what they do. And I just hope that y'all, as the parents of him, don't let your ego get in the way. Just let it roll off, and, you know, do what you got to do. Just bring him home. Bring him home. I just hope that makes sense. I mean, I hope it's okay advice, and I hope I'm not overstepping saying that. Yeah. And yeah, right, Trev is a good guy. I'm glad he did whatever, you know, he had to do.
Well, he didn't have to do it. He manned up and apologized because he made a mistake, and he said, look, I know I did. I'm apologizing. Appreciate that, man. That means a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was his mistake? Like, I totally missed that. Did somebody catch it? What was his mistake? Because he did interviews without them, or was searching without them, or started the GoFundMe without them? I'm sorry. I don't. Oh, Lordy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
Now, all your viewers out there, I want to say, thank everybody, regardless of what your personal opinion is of me and my wife, the situation, the bio father, anybody, it doesn't matter. I personally say thank you for being able to continue to spread the word, be a part of this, and in any form, shape, or fashion. And just know that you got 3 parents missing a son that needs to be home. And compassion is, like I said, in short demand and could be overfloweth with people out there if we could just find a way to become all one united group, and we can just do this.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. It's sometimes it's hard though. Something pops off or you hear this and you got to, you got to just do it. And again, like I told you when I first talked to you through there, I was just like, we got to set our feelings aside. I mean, number one for me is you had to understand, I have to think of all sides and I have to do until they say, and I think outside the box. I'm not like any of these other people. I'm not with them. I don't really, there's a couple I'm like talk to here and there, but I don't work with nobody. Get that straight, everybody. While you're on my channel now, even these creators wonder, what do you do? I'm like, I don't work with nobody. If I want to know something, I'm pretty much going to go to you. If I'm going to call you out, I'll get on here and fire up live and I'll call you out. I'm not like these people, but don't put me with everybody else,
Well, I mean,
so I have my feelings too. And I think what I want and I say what I want. And sometimes it's not good.
Well, there's, like I said, there's information that we still, even as of today, we got a meeting with law enforcement and we've asked them verbatim, like everything we've been saying, is there anything you want us to change? Is there anything new that we can put out? And honestly, they said exactly what y'all been putting out, the way you've been putting out is exactly what you need to do. Don't add to it. Don't take away from it. And trust me, it kills us because there's there's facts that we could put out there and it would put a lot of things to rest, but we can't because of, they say it can potentially cause issues to the investigation.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said, Smiley asked the hard question. I don't know what y'all want me to ask because that's what you better tell me before I get off of here. Because if you have anything, I'll ask 2 or 3 more questions and I'm not going to ask any more because we've been on here 3 hours, y'all. And what do you want me to ask? Seriously.
Make them good. Come on. I know y'all got them hard ones.
Yeah, make them good. Ask something that's not been asked before. I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me. I was on Justin's panel and I wasn't expecting he was going to tell me to come on right now.
So just to clear this up, because I had already heard that somebody in that show popped off and said, well, he don't talk to a man. Well, I'm not jumping on that show because that wasn't your show. That was his show that y'all were in. I told you and made you a promise that I'd come talk to you.
Yeah.
Never promised them.
Yeah, I understand that. So yeah, and I did tell you, hey, yeah, and you said, how you feel about that? And I said, yeah, I will do it and I'll fire up live right now. So I guess you thought I'd fire up live right now and I would. So they said, oh, let's go over there. So it worked
see, they could have jumped in on your show. I wouldn't have been upset with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have cared.
So, well, Josh came over and, but look, yeah, but see, I had to stop there and then I had to come fire this one up over here.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Now it's fine. It's confusing, but yeah. And I was like, I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I better do that because I don't know how this is going to go. I really thought you were going to be mad at me for when I said it, but anyway, I'm like, but anyway, I had to get ready. I had to get prepared to put on my boxing gloves.
No, and you put on boxing glove thing, you walking into a slugfest. No,
yeah, I wasn't sure.
I told you what I would do, and I've delivered. And like I said, you got people out there want to ask a hard question, and I got no problem still to this day. Tell them, find me on Facebook.
Yeah,
you want to ask a question that wasn't answered in the show? Hit me up on Facebook. Send me a direct message. I'll answer you.
Yeah. Tam just wants to know before we go, she does want to know, what do you think should happen to the person if they did anything to Sebastian or somebody took him out of the house? What do you think should happen to them?
Oh, they should absolutely be punished to the fullest extent possible.
I'm going to give you 2 answers. And the first answer is going to be exactly what Mom said.
Yeah.
The legal system will do its due justice.
Yeah.
My non-so legal issue is just imagine what a mama bear does when her cubs are attacked.
Yeah.
And what the mama bear could do.
Yeah.
Just leave it at that. I mean, it's, I'm not saying I'm going to hurt somebody. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the attacks. I mean, if you hurt her son, and you just hope law enforcement gets a hold of you. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. And, I know that y'all have been through a lot. And again, I'm sorry for, I had to ask you that, Katie, over there, but I wanted to know. And if I say something, I'm just going to ask it. And that's just the way that I am. I don't mean to make your life harder. But if you're answering questions on Facebook and groups and stuff like that, I think it's all fair game. But I do want to.
I agree with that to a point. We can't just take these parents and just bash them just to bash them or create drama around these parents and stuff like that. But whenever they are subjecting themselves and putting themselves out here, and I mean, God, this is a freaking mess. This entire interview was a freaking mess. Seclusion works. I've been dropping Smiley's link in the chat. You can go listen to it without my commentary and without all of my input throughout. It's also in the description of the video. Here's the link one more time. so that you can have it. Go and take care of things. But I and we now know that he has beat this child with a belt. They have insulted and belittled him multiple different times in different interviews that they have done. Every negative detail about Sebastian's life, the public now knows. His friends at school, anybody he's encountered now knows that he has all these different incontinence issues and stuff like that. Why is that information necessary? It should have never came public. It just sucks. Like, I wish they would have focused on the positive details and where Sebastian was and things like that, and never opened up these doors that they have, but they pushed them open. And we have the right and the need to kind of listen to what they're telling us and see what they do. Yeah, they do. They make disparaging comments constantly, and Seth has never said one bad thing. I don't know. But I am going to end today's live. We're at 4.5 hours. I'm going to go ahead and end here because I do have to work for a little bit. We still have more interviews to watch, so there will be a part 3 going over these interviews, and I can only imagine that there will likely be more by the time that I fire up that video. I will say my theory again, just to be clear. I do not think that they foul play necessarily harmed this child. I do not think that Chris or Katie unalived Sebastian. I don't think that they killed him. I think it's more likely that Sebastian has been talking to somebody and left with an online predator or somebody that he met that convinced him to leave because his parents and his living situations were so bad. And I will continue to remain with that in my mind as those with my thoughts, because that gives us the chance that Sebastian Rogers can come home alive and that there is hope out there for him to be returned to a safe. I don't even want him to go home. Honestly, I don't want him to go home with Chris at this point. He needs to go with dad if he comes home safe at all. But that's just my opinion, and what I will continue to choose to believe, that there is hope out there that Sebastian can walk back through these doors someday and live a happy, healthy life somewhere. So, but lordy, these interviews. Such a mess. Yes, thank you so much, Lip Lock No More, for being here. Annie, thank you to my mods, Roberta, Annie, Bushes, Seal, Cooter G, BC, all of you guys who have been in and out throughout the stream. I know B Tim stopped in as well. I have the best mods on YouTube. You guys are with me if I do an hour stream or 8 hours. Kim, I know you were here also. Thank you guys. And thank you to those of you who support the channel. FarQ, 7 months of membership. Amy in Boston, you're at 1 month now. Nene, thank you for the super chat, super sticker, and Lone Wolf, thank you as well. Struggle is real. 17 months. Thank you so much, hon, for supporting the channel for so long. Love you guys, and I will talk to you all later. Bye.